Hello friends, this is your friend back with a new fanfic. What if Naruto returned from another world stronger than ever? Kakashi finally saw the change. Episode 1. If you like this story, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comments. Now, let's start. The distant screech of a bird, a sparrow, from the bell-like tinkling sound it made Chunin Izumaki-kan blink and look to the side, in the direction it came from. He loved bird songs, and it was for that reason that he constantly took the job of watching the main gates of Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. The sparrow was a favorite in particular because they reminded him of his childhood. He had spent most of his younger days exploring the forest surrounding the great ninja village, and had gained a profound respect, and a deep affection, for the sights and sounds of the forest. It had all become so familiar to him, but he did not bore it. Each day, when he took his normal post beside the monstrous wooden gates, which bore a distinct color of rusty metal, he couldn't wait to listen to the cry of the woods, which filled him with memories that he never wanted to forget. It was on this particular day that Khan was to be in for something entirely different than his normal routine. He stood outside the gates, appearing to all the world a staunchly vigilant shinobi who was ready to take on any who posed a threat, but in reality was listening to the peaceful sounds of the forest, the rejuvenating sounds of his home and his memories which never ceased to soothe him. But even as he stood there, listening, his sharp ears, having learned to pick up the slightest of changes in the bird songs, suddenly picked up the sound of approaching footsteps. Long before they came into view did he identify what type of people they were. The first walked quickly and urgently, whether from excitement, desperation, or merely normality, he would occasionally stop, likely to let the other catch up. For the other walked slowly, hobbling towards the gates, likely an old man or woman, and the quick steps their eager young grandchild brimming with excitement in reaching what Khan considered the greatest ninja village in the entire world. In addition to these two steps, there was a third. From the quick succession of steps it was likely an animal of some sort, perhaps a dog accompanying the boy. So when they finally entered view, Khan was quite surprised to find that his predictions were entirely wrong. The first, the owner of the fast-paced step, was a boy, or rather, a young man, perhaps 15 years old. He had hair that shined like the sun, and was so messy and tousled that despite the alert look on his face, made Khan wonder if he had not just gotten out of bed. The boy's eyes were so blue and big that they seemed like sapphires floating in pools of white light. His face, and this was where Khan was stricken with a sudden sense of familiarity, was in the midst of turning from boyish to manly, and was adorned with 3 scars on each cheek, resembling the whiskers of an animal. His clothing was not so outlandish, and in Khan's opinion, quite cool-looking. He wore a nearly solid black jacket, partially undone at the top, with strips of orange down both sleeves which flared at the ends and several orange symbols near the bottom, resting near his thighs. His pants were inverted in design. They were almost completely orange, save for a black strip down each pant leg. They were wide at the bottom, exposing his ankles, though he wore open-toed black boots as a typical shinobi might. Around his waist were several pouches, likely containing weapons, as well as a finely crafted kodachi, which was stuck in the back of his belt, and a pair of high-tech goggles. But most impressively was his forehead protector, which bore the symbol of the leaf in glinting steel. Behind him was the owner of the slower-paced step, an extremely old man with long, white hair and a trimmed white goatee. His face was strong and wise, but weakened like an old tree by age and, from the way he grunted with each step, injury. Yet, what his face could not show, his eyes did. Khan was shocked by the power that surged in those eyes, twin brilliantly blazing suns, contained only by the rest of his eye sockets. They reminded him almost of the third Hokage, now 2 years dead. The old man wore robes of flowing gold, so incredibly fine-looking that Khan was immediately impressed by his audacity to wear such garments when the roads were likely full of bandits waiting for someone like him. He limped after the blonde, leaning on a large, gnarled staff. The third newcomer was again not at all what Khan had expected. It was no dog at all, but a fox. Though not normally superstitious, the fox's color, a brilliant, shining silver like that of a freshly polished sword, was enough to make him wary of it. Thankfully it had only one tail, even if it was almost as large as an Inuzuka hound, which was roughly the size of a bear. So strange and surprising were these visitors that it was only when the blonde stopped a few feet away from him did he begin to react. "Stop," he said, holding out a hand for effect. All three visitors did, the first of them frowning at him so intensely that Khan began to doubt his own command. He steeled himself, however, and said in a formal voice, "Do you have your passports?" The blonde adopted a confused look, while the old man seemed to sigh without actually doing so. The boy then jabbed a thumb at his forehead, where the Hittite rested. "This enough for ya," he said, grumpily, for a reason that Khan couldn't surmise. Khan peered forwards. "No, how do I know you didn't steal that? It's just a formality, you must understand. If you were a true ninja of the leaf, you'd know that." The blonde stared at him again, his face twisting between frustration and confusion. "You don't know who I am, dumbass." He seemed shocked that Khan did not, in fact, know. "No," Khan said again, glancing past the boy for a moment to look at the old man, who looking at him with eyes that Khan couldn't meet, and the fox, who, unless he was hallucinating, seemed to be licking its chops and glaring at him almost hungrily. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, damn it!" the blonde shouted, leaning forwards to further ruin Khan's sensitive eardrums. "So," Khan retorted, "you don't seem that important, or else I'd have heard of you." Oi, just let me through, I gotta see Tsunade Baba." "Hey," Khan shouted, "don't call Hokage-sama that. Anybody that is rude doesn't deserve to meet the Hokage, much less be let into the village." He stepped back, and bent his knees, looking ready for a fight. "And don't even think of trying to use force, I'm a Chunin, and even then, I can have a dozen others appear in a flash. You're not getting in here without a passport, okay kid?" The blonde glared at him murderously. He looked like he was about to shout something, but was interrupted by the old man. Now, he said, kindly. "No need to make a fuss. This young man is just doing his job. I'm sure you'd do the same thing, child. PFF'd. I'd never take this job, it's too boring," the blonde said, yet, even as he said it, there was a certain tone in his voice that made Khan think for a moment. It was a nostalgic tone, and accompanying it, the blonde's features softened a little, as he gazed around him at the forest. For a moment, there was silence, as the boy just looked around. The anger melted away, and he grinned at his surroundings like an infant returning to the sanctity of its mother's arms. Khan watched this with interest. The look was familiar, yet he couldn't place it. "Now, my boy," said the old man, limping forwards, the fox following slowly behind, as if ready to catch him as he fell. "What is it you said we needed?" "Passports." "Yes," Khan said, nodding formally and politely. He had always been taught to respect one's elders. "I think I may have something like it, hold on." The old man began to rummage around in his pocket, muttering something, before producing a small, leather book. "Might this be it?" He held it out, and Khan took it. Opening the book, Khan saw not a picture, but in curly script, the man's name and formal title, Archbishop Benedictus Full Tertius, leader of the Church of Stormwind City, former regent of Stormwind City, pupil of Archbishop Alansis Full, member of the Order of the Holy Light, etc. He blinked. "What's this? My passport, I should think. Where's the photo, and your reasons for coming to Konoha? Might I ask what a photo is?" Again, Khan could not but stare at the old man, who merely gazed at him serenely. "Are you serious?" Khan asked. "Quite," the old man, Benedictus, retorted. The blonde, Naruto, slapped his hand to his forehead, and rolled his big blue eyes. "Where are you from, anyways? I believe my passport says it all, Stormwind. Which country is that in?" "The eastern kingdoms of Azeroth, I would think." "Pardon, oi," Naruto shouted, finally having enough of the purposeless drivel. "Stop that, we gotta see Tsunade Baba now. I can prove that I know her, too." Before Khan could think to react, The boy reached into the buttoned jacket and produced a glittering green stone, which hung on a black cord around his neck. Kon stared at it for a moment, unimpressed. It's a stone. It's nice, but that hardly connects you to the Hokage. Naruto twitched, a vein throbbing almost comically in his forehead. The old man sighed, stroking his beard. Is there some way we might? Hey, Kon, your shift's up. Kon half turned at the voice, as a pretty girl dressed in purple leapt down from atop the guard tower surrounding the gates. She landed without a sound, and flicked her long, beautiful white blonde hair back. It was tied in a tail behind her, though a part of it still hung over her right eye. The other eye, exposed, was a glinting gray, full of emotion hovering between great vanity and simple self-assurance. She wore a purple top and an extremely short skirt with a slit cut down the middle, exposing fishnet shorts just barely covering her unmentionables. She had more over her elbows and knees. And Naruto, despite years of being apart, recognized her on sight. "Ino," he shouted, "tell this guy I'm a leaf nin. He's a bastard and won't let me in." Ino frowned in the blonde, but not for the reason she was supposed to. It had not quite clicked in her mind that the boy standing in front of her was her errant friend, Naruto. Perhaps it was the way he simply acted as if he had just seen her yesterday, without hardly a shocked glance or a happy yell at seeing her, or perhaps it was simply her mind trying to match the tall, good-looking blonde to the short, loud boy she had known so long ago. So instead of breaking out into hysterics, she simply said, "Chill out, Naruto. Do you forget your passport or something?" "Geez, it's okay Kon. He's a friend, and a definite leaf, nin, Naruto." Naruto jumped at Ino's sudden ejaculation, and jumped even further when she leapt forth and wrapped him into a tight hug. "It's you. You're back. I can't believe it," she shouted, hopping up and down, still clutching him tightly. It was not an unpleasant situation for the blonde, but his earlier frustration with the guardsman had all but vanished, and his shock at seeing her finally came forth. I'm back. Hell yeah, I'm finally back. What was I supposed to do? Ero Sennin had my passport. Naruto said later, walking beside Ino and Suibuki down the street towards the Hokage's tower. It was a Sunday morning, and the streets were nearly deserted. The ground was wet from a recent rain, but the sun now shined brightly, and the air was so much warmer than that of Stormwind. The seasons were different then, he realized. You could have just been a little more patient. Kon's good at what he does, but he's a relative newbie in most ninja affairs. It's why he's been stuck constantly doing guard duty, said Ino, her body visibly quivering in excitement and cheer. She couldn't wait to get to the Hokage, and she couldn't wait to see the look on Sakura's face. Nevertheless, my dear, I think we owe you a thank you. I would have hated to do something to that poor boy, Benedictus said, smiling like a grandfather might to his grandchildren. No problem, she said. Who are you, anyways? She then glanced at the fox beside her. And who's this pretty thing? Such a good observer she is, said Suibuki, leaning against Ino's leg, which made the girl reach down and pet her with a smile. That old man is Benedictus, said Naruto, and that's Suibuki, my annoying sidekick. All except annoying, but sidekick is out of line, moron. Geez, you're just like Kiba and Akamaru, said Ino, rolling her eyes and smirking at Naruto. She then smiled warmly. They're going to be glad you're back. Everyone is. You have no idea what things have been like since you were gone. She then gave him a secret, tiny smile that Naruto could not, nor ever would, understand. It was a smile that only girls could smile, and though he didn't know it, he would find out the secret hidden by that smile quite soon. Everyone's been worried, Naruto asked. From the very beginning, idiot. They've all been training hard to get strong enough to be able to match you. From what we've heard, you've gotten quite strong. She smirked. I can't wait to see if all those stories that annoying little toad told us were true or not. They lapsed into silence then, and for the rest of the trip, other than enjoying Ino's companionship and completely missing the cursory glances she shot at his behind, Naruto looked around. Each building they passed, whether it was insignificant as a house whose owners he did not know, or as big as a supermarket, he did not care. Each one made up a part of the village that he so loved, the village that was his home, and always would be. Everything was familiar to him. The smells of all sorts of foods, from curry and rice to oden, daikon, and sushi, things he had not smelt for years. The sounds of familiar birds chirping overhead, of blacksmiths forging weapons to sell to shinobi, of people chattering in their homes or on the street or sitting in parks, of distant battle, young genin and chunin training the areas dotted within and out of the forests enclosed in the walls of the city. The streets, smoothly paved, his boots making soft clopping sounds with each step, and colored a familiar beige which at one time he had thought boring and stupid. Orange would have been better, but now he thought wondrous and wanted it never to change. The buildings, the familiar style and shape, towering high above him or being as short and squat as a food cart they passed on the street. When he rounded each corner, he was reminded of all he had done on that street, of the many times he had been forced to flee Uruka's wrath from performing a prank, or of the many times he and his teammates had walked down it, coming back from or on their way to a mission. Each place they passed Naruto remembered fondly, and even after seeing so much, it had not lost the glory that he once took for granted. He had honestly, in all his travels, never seen a more beautiful city. Konoha was one of a kind. They rounded another corner, and as they did, a voice called out from above. "Well, I thought I saw something familiar. Is that really you, Naruto?" Naruto whipped his head around and up, to meet the single cheerfully smiling eye of Hitaki Kakashi, his former Junin instructor. The man, with the same silver hair sticking up and out at a strange, bed-tangled direction, with his Hittite slung over his left eye, obscuring the powerful Sharingan eye that he had always mysteriously possessed, his ever-present face mask which had once been an object for his students' lazy day amusement, and even clutching in his hand the familiar bright orange book that he had held from the day they had met, sat perched upon the roof of a small bookshop to their right, and had affixed his gleaming black eye upon Naruto and Tsuwabuki, with a smile that stretched his face mask. "Kakashi-sensei," the boy cried, blinking. "Yo," Kakashi said, leaping from his position and landing without a sound a few feet in front of Naruto, tucking his book away and smiling at Naruto. "It's good to see you again. That's all you can say?" Naruto asked, puffing his cheeks out in annoyance. "I've been gone for that long, and all you can say is, it's good to see you again." Ever smiling, Kakashi gave a slight chuckle. "That's about it. Should I burst into tears and hug you, smothering you with misplaced affection?" Naruto, upon hearing that, shuddered and stepped back. "And never mind." Kakashi chuckled again. "Glad to see that you haven't changed much." He glanced at Ino, and then at Naruto's two companions. "So Ino was the first to find you, And who might those two be?" "Friends," Naruto explained. "But the old guys come for a different reason, though. We're gonna see Tsunade Baba about it right now, and get me back on the active shinobi roster. I've been gone too long. You were never taken off it, really, but she'll definitely want to see you. I suppose I'll come, if only to make sure you don't give her a heart attack by showing up unannounced." He then gave a slight bow to Benedictus, whom he had obviously recognized as being from a higher class than most. "Hitaki Kakashi, sir." The old man chuckled. "Archbishop Benedictus, Lord Regent of Stormwind. A pleasure, indeed." Ino snorted, and Naruto gave a cough that sounded slightly like, "old man," though Kakashi could not tell. They continued on. Kakashi followed behind Naruto, as they walked, and noticed how he walked, and how he held himself. Though he hid it, like many of his other secrets, beneath his nearly covered face, the way Naruto strode with such confidence, added to his increased height, made Kakashi think of someone else, long ago. He would not say it, but Naruto had changed, immensely, in his time away from Konoha. It would be interesting to see how much. They came at last to the Hokage's tower, looming in front of the monument like a giant plaque to the past and present Hokages. It was then that Naruto first noticed the newest addition to the monument, and he snickered privately. "That look doesn't suit Ba-chan," he thought, with a grin. Ino proudly flung open the doors to the monument and declared loudly that she needed to see the Hokage, as it was very important and rather hush-hush business. The receptionist, a Chunin who had likely been shanghaied into doing the duty through Tsunade's use of excessive persuasion, he was rather attractive, Ino thought offhandedly as she and Naruto walked through the doors to the stairs, followed by Benedictus and Suabuki, merely glanced at them as they walked by, only paying slight attention to Suabuki, who simply gave him a glaring amber eye in return. Up the steps they went, and with each one, Naruto grew more and more excited. He couldn't wait to see Tsunade, no matter how she treated him. They reached the top floor quick enough, and turned left down a hallway loaded with velvet red carpet to a large pair of double doors labeled, Hokage's office, in golden kanji on the side. Ino directed Naruto and his companions to stay outside. You want an entrance, don't you? Naruto agreed with a smile. Sakura was exhausted. You don't have to keep going, you know, Tsunade told her, in her usual place upon the luxurious leather couch in the annex to her office, where she held most of training sessions with the young woman. Your training ended a little while ago. Take a break, already. I won't have you passing out in my office, okay? Sakura, who was in the midst of cultivating the chakra necessary for an extremely powerful jutsu that Tsunade was teaching her, one that repaired severed or dead nerves to a degree, looked back at her master with a weary smile. She dropped her hands, which had once been surrounded by a glow as green as glittering emeralds, and slumped back in the chair behind her. I thought I almost had it. I wouldn't have been surprised if you had, Tsunade said, rolling her eyes. You've mastered so many other things in such a short time, things that takes many medic nin years to even grasp, and have begun to take many of them even further. The least you could do was treat your body with a little bit more respect, and not beat it into exhaustion every day. Sakura opened her mouth to respond, but Tsunade waved it away. I know your answer to that, of course. But I'd have thought you'd want to look your best for when the brat gets back. Sakura turned crimson at Tsunade's remark. Tsunade Shisho, she muttered, embarrassed. HMPH. I wouldn't say it if it weren't true. It's been almost 4 months, Sakura then said, after a slight pause, since Naruto last contacted us. Longer, even. When do you think he'll get back? Whenever he finds a way. If he doesn't get killed doing something stupid, first. Shisho. I'm kidding. He'll be back. Tsunade smiled. Have you noticed we've been having these conversations quite a bit more often? I'm not the only one who's worried, mumbled Sakura. Lee-kun and the others are getting worried as well. They don't say it much, but Naruto hasn't gone this long without talking to us. I haven't had any good news to tell Tyuki-san or Ayame-san for a while. She sat back, mumbling exhaustedly, that idiot is always making us worry. Tsunade nodded. That certainly was true. It had been several months, and no word, even a hint, from Naruto. Jiraiya said that he hadn't even summoned the toads in those months. Nobody had heard of him. Though Tsunade was confident that he would return, every day, her worry grew a bit more. In the corridor, unbeknownst to them, Naruto was recovering from a series of violent sneezes. Benedictus handed the boy a cloth, asking him if he was getting a cold. When Naruto muttered that someone was thinking of him, Benedictus began to question what exactly that meant, and was treated to a hole-filled explanation of the superstition so commonly held in Naruto's world. Sakura began to stand. I'd better get back. I suppose I'll see you tomorrow. Of course, the older woman said. She was interrupted by a loud knocking upon the door. Who is it? Ino's voice came through, muffled by the heavy wooden door. Yamanaka Ino, Hokage-sama. I have something that I need to tell you. Tsunade frowned. Come in. What is it? It'd work better, Hokage-sama, if you were to come here. Sakura too. If that's no trouble, of course. Tsunade frowned again, harder and graver. There was something suspicious in Ino's tone. She glanced at Sakura, who was frowning too, but in a different way. What is it? Tsunade asked. She sounds excited, Sakura said. Really excited. I know Ino well enough to know when she's excited, but trying to hide it. She glanced at Tsunade. I think we should go. Fine, the old woman said, grumpily, standing up. This better be good. Exactly 10 seconds later, Tsunade found out exactly how good it was. Yo, Ba-chan, what's up? Both Tsunade and Sakura, who traveled a little ways behind the Hokage, and was nearly obscured by the woman's large jacket as well as the slight doorframe, stopped in an instant at hearing that voice. Tsunade, who had full view of her large, main office, stopped when she spotted the visitor, standing in the middle of the room, arms crossed, and grinning a grin she had not seen for almost 2 years. Naruto. The blonde blinked. Who else? Only the reservation born from years of training allowed Tsunade to stop herself from hugging the boy on sight. Instead she began to laugh, loud and uproarious, as an unbelievable joy welled up within her heart, and was pumped rapidly to the rest of her body. Relief flooded her eyes and mixed with the cheer, and her face held a smile that she reserved for only her closest companions and loved ones. But when Sakura walked out from behind the old woman, it was Naruto's turn to be shocked. Though she certainly did not look her best at that moment, she had changed so much that Naruto almost could not believe that the girl who stood before him was Haruno Sakura, his teammate and childhood crush. It was without doubt partly her physical appearance, to be sure, that had changed immensely. She was in every way more womanly, with fuller hips, a slightly more pronounced bust, and an indefinite increase in height. She carried herself in a more sultry, refined way, not unlike that of Tsunade, and wore clothes that suited her new figure in a way that stripes suited a tiger or spots a leopard. Partly also was it the presence she now exuded. Gone was the weak-bodied little girl that he had left. In her place was a self-assured, powerful, and mature young woman whose body seemed to ripple with a hidden power. Her eyes were filled with far more confidence than ever before, and with its presence, Naruto suddenly wanted to see exactly what she could do. Sakura had always interested him because she had been pretty, at first, that is. But he had learned to like her personality as well, but not the delicate, flower-like visage she had put on with almost everybody but him. It was the side she showed when he was present, or when she fought, the fiery, strong-spirited warrior, who now seemed ever-present. Doubtlessly, it was this change that most saw. But for Naruto, the change was not in its revelation, but in its sudden integration into her whole being. She was half the delicate flower, and half the powerful warrior, both at the same time. The Sakura that he had crushed on was now a part of the whole Sakura at all times, and it was this that made him freeze, because it had been quite a while since he had seen something so beautiful, power and beauty in one package, with the addition of a great friend. For Sakura, it was much the same, only for her, it was almost a purely physical change in the blonde. She noticed at once how tall he had grown. He towered above her now, it seemed, whereas he had always been shorter than her before. His shoulders were broader and his face, despite still a little boyish, was in the process of being sculpted into that of a man's. His hair was a little longer, and a little wilder. Beneath his clothes, which hung a little loose, and were far cooler than his former orange jumpsuit, she could just barely spot the tone of his muscles, built up from almost 2 years of training and fighting. But he was not completely changed. His posture was still confident and strong, almost to the point of foolhardy arrogance. But his eyes, above all, were the same. They were still clear and blue, glittering with great power and spirit, like twin raging whirlpools that drew anything they captured in. And before they had spotted each other, she had heard his voice, which still rang as loud as a foghorn, though not half as unpleasant. Before he had seen her, she had seen his smile, that vulpine grin of absolute confidence, which filled up one's heart to the point where one believed nothing was impossible. Yet, still within his eyes, she could see something else, a much more pronounced wisdom, that had perhaps always been there, and had been made more and more known with each adventure he had had. It no longer seemed so childish, however. Naruto had definitely matured, at some level, even if one could not immediately see it. They both stared at each other a little longer, before Sakura became suddenly self-conscious. She suddenly realized that she was probably drenched in sweat and looked like she had just run a marathon. She blushed a little, and said, "You're back." She did not quite know how to react. She had thought that his return would have been climactic and planned, but this sudden appearance, out of nowhere, was difficult to process. Was she supposed to jump for joy, and hug him on sight? Somehow, she didn't see herself doing that. And nor did she find that this was so incredibly strange. She had had a feeling that he'd be returning soon. Of course, that had been months ago, but it had been a feeling nonetheless. She thus found it difficult to be surprised, though she was no less happy about his return than either Ino or Tsunade. She would probably feel different later. Naruto came to himself at that moment as well, and quickly scratched the back of his head, nodding. Yep. Was there any doubt? Sakura smiled. I guess not. She smoothed out her skirt and shirt as she said this, an action that Naruto caught, and reminded him immediately of the younger, more delicate Sakura that faced everyone else. Haha, he said fondly, Sakura-chan hasn't changed a bit. Sakura paused, blinking at him, and suddenly felt irritated, made evident by a small vein throbbing in her temple. Had he not noticed how different she looked? How much more womanly she had become. Both Tsunade and Ino's sweat dropped at the boy's tactlessness. Sakura wasn't the only one who hadn't changed. Forcing down her irritation, Sakura walked towards him and to his immense surprise, embraced him. Her body shook once, and for a moment Naruto thought she was crying. But no tears flowed from her eyes. You're finally back, she said, and stepped back, her entire being seeming to smile. Don't do that again, okay? It sounded lame, reflecting back on it, but it was the only thing she could manage at that point, still partly affected by the suddenness of his appearance. Naruto, still reveling in the knowledge that he had been hugged by Sakura-chan of all people, came to himself again and laughed. Of course not. I made a promise to you, didn't I? Sakura visibly hardened for a second, and then nodded. The tenderness in her eyes vanished, and instead of smiling, she now smirked. Her eyes became almost Tsunade in their reflection of power, and even there appeared a slight arrogance. She thrust out her thumb, upturned, in a gesture that he had made to her nearly 2 years ago. But before she could speak, Tsunade finally noticed the other 3 occupants of the room, Benedictus and Suibuki, foremost, who had crept in through the front door and had watched the proceedings from the beginning, and Kakashi, who stood in the doorframe and was busying himself in finishing the chapter of Ika Ika Paradise that he had started the previous night before heading to sleep. Who are you? She asked, raising an eyebrow. And what is that? She's Suibuki, said Naruto, pointing to the fox, who walked over to Naruto and sat by his side, panting cutely so much that Sakura could not help but bend down and begin to pet her. And that's Benedictus. Benedictus affixed the boy with an irritated look. Archbishop Benedictus, I'll have you know, boy. He then looked at Tsunade and gave her a slight smile, and a small bow. And I am pleased to meet you, vile snake beast in human form. He said the last few words in such casualness that at first, Tsunade did not pick them up. She made to return the bow, and introduce herself, before her mind suddenly registered the final words in his sentence, and she looked up at him sharply, her eyes wide and searching. What had he just called her? Pardon, she asked, standing up straight and slowly crossing her arms over her prodigious chest. The old man blinked, and said politely, without a hint of sarcasm or bad will, did I stutter? I said I was pleased to meet you. What did you say after that? She asked, frowning. I'm not sure what you mean. You didn't say anything like, vile snake beast in human form, after you said that. Of course not. I need to make a good first impression, don't I? Tsunade opened her mouth to respond, shut it, and then frowned a moment. She glanced at Sakura and Naruto, both of whom were staring at Benedictus wide-eyed in shock, but quickly schooled their features when they noticed she was looking. She turned back to Benedictus, who was smiling serenely at her, like an old grandfather, reminiscent of her former sensei, Sarutobi. Whatever, she said, promising to listen intently to what he said from now on. It's good to meet you, too. What are you doing here, anyways? That's for another time, I should think, the old man said. Now is the time for you to reacquaint yourselves with each other. You have all been apart for so long, and it would be imprudent, and perhaps foolish, of me to intrude on that. Naruto shall explain my presence in the end, so I suspect I will be back here at some point. At the moment, I am famished. I shall go visit one of those nice restaurants that we passed. He bowed again. Goodbye, and see you later, Naruto. He departed, whistling a slight tune, and was gone before anyone could speak. Tsunade stared at the empty doorframe a moment, unsure of what to say. She glanced at Naruto, whose face was scrunched into a look of similar confusion. Their eyes met, and Naruto gave a slight shrug. Well, grunted Tsunade, I suppose we should take his word for it, How'd you get back? Well, Naruto said, scratching his head. It's kind of hard to explain, since when they told me, they used all these really big words that I didn't understand, but... so the rumors were true. The voice, as familiar as the touch of wind on his skin, and yet as irritating as an itch in a place he couldn't scratch, Naruto whirled to face the window, where he spotted someone whose face he had seen most recently of all those currently in the room. Ero Sennin. In a flash, Jiraiya, self-proclaimed, super pervert, Sennin of the Toads, teacher of the fourth, former teammate of Tsunade, and former pupil of the Sandaime Hokage, crossed the room and struck Naruto violently on the top of the skull, knocking him into a heap on the ground. I'll teach you to disrespect me, you brat. It's Jiraiya, get it right. The old man shouted, his brow contorted into a look of anger and frustration, his wild white locks seeming to move with the force of his sudden and unexpected rage. Naruto picked himself up in a flash, hardly winded, and shouted right back at him. Stupid pervert, I only call you that 'cause you are one. And is that how you treat your student after he gets back from a completely different world? What, I have a student? If you're referring to my ex-student, who abandoned his post in the middle of my excellent training to go off gallivanting with dragons, princesses and those sorts, then you can tell him that he won't get another technique from me. The two raged like this for a while longer, and soon it became clear to Sakura, Tsunade, Suibuki and Ino, and Kakashi, though he was far too absorbed in his reading to care, that neither was truly serious about what they were saying. It was obvious, from the way they slid into the almost choreographed argument, that they had done it quite often, and it would soon peter out. And they were right. For minutes later, both had exhausted their repertoire of insults and taunts, and had fallen to grinning at each other like brothers meeting again after ages of being apart. Jiraiya stood to his full height, and clapped Naruto on the back. Well, good thing you're back, brat. I missed my annoying apprentice. His eyes were fond, almost grandfatherly, as he stared down at the blonde, who grinned back at the older man with the same cheekiness that had made Jiraiya agree to train him in the first place. I missed pissing you off, too, Ero Sennin, Naruto said. Jiraiya snorted, and turned back to Tsunade. So, I believe we had a bet. Tsunade grunted. Later. Right now, Naruto has some things to tell us, doesn't he? Guess so, mumbled Naruto. Can we sit down, first? Tsunade nodded, and walked back to the adjacent room, where she and Sakura had been training. Everyone followed, Jiraiya and Naruto last. After this, Naruto, the Toad Hermit said, suddenly drawing Naruto's attention to his now serious face, hard like granite with eyes cast in iron. We have a few things to discuss, concerning your training, and that. Naruto, pausing in his step, and staring at the old man's face for a moment, merely nodded, before joining the others. It was a crisp and sunny day. It was rather cold, but for the time of year they were in, that was not surprising. There was a slight breeze that made the skin prickle with pins and needles along exposed areas of skin, despite the shining sun above. The trees had been burned gold, or brushed red and purple by the changing season, making it seem as if the whole of Elwyn Forest was aflame in the most beautiful way. It made it a treat for anyone who needed to travel the roads within it, for they were now safer, thanks to the increased number of guardsmen who traveled the road by the princess's own request. Within the walls of Stormwind, while less beautiful, it was no less rewarding to walk through, for if one did, they could see things that would seem out of place even at the strangest of circuses. It was a nightmare Silas Darkmoon frequently had. 4. Amidst the crowded streets, set between rows of new-looking houses and shops, many differing so radically in size and style that from above it must have seemed a mosaic, some were tall and narrow, and built of a dark wood that did not match the trees of Elwyn Forest. These matched the older houses of the area, and thus it could not be contested as to who had built them. But some were short and wide, built solidly from stone as red as the falling sun. These were towards the outer regions of the city, near the slums, for they were cheap and easy to make, and allowed everyone a roof over their head. Some seemed almost primitive in comparison, with uneven and different-colored woods used to build them, and seeming lopsided in comparison, and some seemed so advanced that they might have been sent back from the future, with metal rims and thick doors. But between, within, and around these there were dozens of people, walking to and fro, each differing as incredibly as the houses themselves. Some were massive and the color of healthy grass, with large tusks and wild hair. Some were minotaurs, covered in fur, bearing large curved horns, and walking on hooves. Some were hunched and the color of clear sky, with tattoos painted on their arms and large, flapping ears. Some were small as children, but had the look of elders. Some were tough and hardy, with short legs and stocky bodies, their faces covered in plenty of whiskers. Some were tall and graceful, the color of the twilight sky, with eyes that shined as bright as flames or as pearly as the moon. And some were but mere humans. It was there that Kira watched most intently, as she slowly made her way towards the castle of Stormwind, still in the process of being rebuilt from its destruction at the hands of Onyxia the Dragon Queen. It would take a bit longer to come to its fullest, but it was even larger than before, and was being built by not just humans, but all the races of the world, from the powerful orcs to the shadowy forsaken undead. Still, it was a beautiful sight for her, and just more evidence to the fact that she was on the right path. "It's amazing, isn't it, KY?" said Kira, smiling to her side, where another girl walked. This girl, her handmaiden, Kylia, had short, midnight hair and clear blue afternoon eyes. She was pretty, a slim waist, well-shaped but not large, and smooth, clear skin. But one would not notice such a thing when first looking at her, for she was pale and nervous, like a timid ghost, and she was missing a left ear, bitten off by a monstrous man in her travels. However, this was in complete contrast to what she truly was. In battle, anyone could attest to her immense skill in the manipulation and handling of daggers. She was suited to her role as Kira's bodyguard, and rarely left the girl's side. She was a quiet, private person who rarely spoke, and whose presence was easily overlooked, but she nonetheless had an effect on Kira, giving her a silent courage and strength that was unnoticeable save for when Kylia was not there. She wore a short dark tunic with long, flaring sleeves and a dark blue skirt that stretched to her ankles. Yes, Kylia agreed. She cast a slight smile at Kira, who was the complete opposite to her. Kira had long, flowing golden hair, lit with highlights of auburn that made it appear like leaves in autumn. Her eyes were violet and shined like gems, and her body was nearly complete in its development. She had sizable and, in her opinion, still growing, a womanly, hourglass figure, and tan skin without a mark. She wore a set of robes of white and gold, befitting her status as a priestess. She strode, unlike Kylia, with confidence and authority. Both were relatively new additions to her personality. A year ago, she had neither been confident nor had held much authority, but that had changed, as had she. Now, to everyone who saw her pass, she was the image of a queen. But the regal air she possessed was not something that made others step away from her, and on the contrary, as they passed people in the street, whether human or otherwise, she was greeted as if she was but another passerby on the street. It had always been her belief, and it always would be, that the ruler of a nation needed not to place themselves above their subjects. To be sure, they needed to hold authority and establish that they could handle the affairs of the city, but one had not to be conceited, and had to be able to work on the same level as one's people. She was not stronger, or better, than all of them, and she had already made that clear. Indeed, they were her strength, as much as she was theirs. It was a two-way process. King Magni says that the castle only has a few more weeks before it is completed, Kira said, gazing fondly at the ever-growing stone structure before them. It'll be amazing, won't it, KY? I can't wait for Naruto too. She suddenly stopped, and the confidence that she had once exuded in every step faded. Naruto. By all rights, she shouldn't have felt as she did. Naruto wasn't gone. He was just away. He was back home, where he had longed to be, and would most certainly he had promised, after all, that he would be back. She didn't doubt that. She had learned that doubting Naruto simply generated more stress than was necessary. So far, Naruto had done everything he had set out to do for her, and more. But perhaps what she felt, not loneliness or despair, but something close to it, was that she could not be there when Naruto first returned to the world and village of his birth. She couldn't see the cheer on his face, when it came into view, or the rapturous first words he uttered when he saw it. And nor could she see the village itself, which from how Naruto had spoken of it, must have been a beautiful place. She had secretly wished, long before the gnomes' plan had been revealed to them, that she could see Naruto's village. It must have been an amazing place, she decided, to give life to such a person as Naruto. And she couldn't be there when he returned. Benedictus, reasoning for it had been simple and obvious. She could not go because her place was here, in Stormwind. She had been away too long, and at this moment her presence was needed above all others. But still she had argued that she should go. For she wanted to be able to describe the terms of the alliance to Naruto's leader, the Godime Hokage Tsunade, in her own words. It felt right, it was her dream, after all, and she should be the one to discuss it with the Hokage. But again, Benedictus had simply put her argument to rest. It was selfish to think that it was now her alliance, and that she should be the one to govern it all. She had done a fine job in putting it together, but now it was an idea held by all who were a part of it. Therefore, it was now the alliance, not hers. Hence, as Benedictus was technically still regent until Kira was crowned, he would conduct the official business himself, and travel with Naruto, alone, to Konoha to carry it out. In the meantime she would remain in Stormwind, and continue to oversee its rebirth. That was now her duty, and it would be shameful for her to put that aside due to her selfish reasons. She had not contested, after that. Naruto's other friends had not been able to join him, either. Benedictus had been thankful for this. It stood to reason that introducing other races to another world, especially a world that was home to nothing but humans, would be problematic. He feared the reaction people would have should they see a lumbering orc or tauren, or even, God forbid, a forsaken undead. Thankfully, the fates had been kind, and all of them had been called back to their individual leaders. Golbarn and Kane had returned to Orgrimmar. The message Thrall had sent said that Golbarn was needed to oversee new recruits into the army. Kane had been called by his grandfather, and was to join a group that by Benedictus' suggestion in a recent letter to the Orcish warchief was going to rebuild the settlement in Dustwallow, now that Onyxia was dead. Benedictus had suggested to Kira that they do the same, and indeed, that was where Undrig, along with a group of dwarves and humans, was currently on his way to. Jinrash had gone south, to the recently rebuilt settlement of Gromagal, and was going to help Vol'jin continue the reconstruction of the trollish city of Zul'Gurub, a city that Vol'jin and his band had cleared of the foul blood god, Hakar, and his worshippers years ago. Chandris and Nira had returned, via Hearthstones, to Darnassus, along with a group of humans, dwarves, gnomes and even some tauren. From what the messages Tyrant constantly sent Kira, they were making great strides in the rearmament of their military. Nira, by request, was constantly making trips, helped by Matthias Hindenburg, to Orgrimmar and other cities in order to not only see the world, but also help promote trade between the races. The two Forsaken, Fenrit and Merdraxus, had left with their allies and returned to the Undercity, far to the north. They had not stayed any longer than truly needed. Fen and Merdraxus had helped kill Onyxia, while the other Forsaken had helped teach others about the medicines they had brought. Their desire to linger had not been great, so as soon as both operations had been completed, they had departed. Kira was greatly distressed by this, but Benedictus had assured her that it was necessary. One could not expect the prejudice to end between the Forsaken and the living humans with but a single act. Give it time, were his words. And so she would. The gnomes, Linkizel and Rurizel, would remain in Nomergon, which was nearly finished in its repairs, with their brother, Fernizel, and were working on developing more portals. However, these would not travel between worlds, merely space, and would allow travel between capital cities to be much swifter and easier than ever before. Though before leaving, all of these friends had told Naruto that they would definitely see his world one day. For, like Kira, they wanted to know what kind of world had given Uzumaki Naruto the power that he had used to aid theirs. But with that thought, Kira sighed again. They had been gone several days now, and already she was feeling it. It had been a long time since she had not seen Naruto in a day, or heard his loud, powerful voice echoing in the throes of some difficult training exercise that he had developed for himself. In the months before he had left, that had been almost all Naruto had done, practice. But the nature of it had been such that he had to train outside the confines of the city, away from prying eyes and listening ears. For, in addition to honing his normal skills, and bettering his grasp of the tetra-elemental style, he had placed almost all of his time and effort into the control of the Kyuubi's chakra. It was not going well. The training seal devised by Tyrande helped, no doubt, but still Naruto had little idea of how to actually use it. It did not mold like regular chakra, it was far too uncontrollable for that. The Kyuubi had never truly used fully formed jutsu, and the ones it had used had been wildly powerful. He could not use seals for this chakra, it simply didn't work. He tried using it for a Kage Bunshin, but he could not control enough of it for it to work. He needed more of it, but that required greater control, something that he did not have. So no matter how hard he tried, nothing worked. He would work for hours, molding the same amount of chakra, attempting to put it to some use. It worked well for enhancing his physical strength and speed, but he could only use a small amount of it effectively, so it was hardly useful. He knew that he could use it to heal, but he had so little knowledge of medical ninjutsu that he had no idea of how to use it as such. He could use it, also, as a shield against attack, but again, control was the issue. But it was his nature that he could not simply stop and leave it. He would train for a while in his other arts, such as sword moving and practicing with its talents, but the Kyuubi's chakra would always draw him back, and he would spend the rest of his time, in vain, struggling to wield the monstrous power contained within him. Of course, practice had not been all Naruto had done. He had traveled, as well. He had gone to Ironforge via Griffin travel, provided by his friend Orson, and stayed there a while, before going to Nomergon from there and seeing the progress the gnomes had made in the repair of their city. He re-established connections with High Tinker Mechatork, as well as Fernizel, and traveled between Ironforge and Nomergon freely. A tram system, which had been destroyed by Mechjenier Thermoplug during his hostile takeover, had been repaired and now connected Ironforge and Nomergon once more. They were already working on repairing the tram system that connected Ironforge and Stormwind, as well. He had been there only a week before he had departed, and using Matthias Hindenburg's help, had visited his brother in blood, Vol'jin, deep in the jungles of Stranglethorn. As opposed to the other visits, this had been more of a vacation. He had sent back a letter via a rather frightening, half-skeletal crow saying that he had been forced to relax most of the week he was there. Kira was glad for that, because after all the work he had done in bringing the new alliance together, as well as all of the vicious training he had subjected himself to, it was much well deserved. After that, Matthias had ferried him to Orgrimmar, where he had stayed another short week and helped Thrall in some minor missions, as he had when he had first gone. Then he had used the Hearthstone tying him to Teldrassil, and had spent yet another week with the woman, Tyrant Whisperwind, who he had grown so fond of during their stay prior to returning to Stormwind. He had spent most of his time helping train others, during that time, and had made quite a name for himself among the rookie sentinels. After everything, Naruto had said it had been a very productive, and enjoyable, few months. Though not all had been joyous. Escorted by the Argent Dawn, the refugees from the Scarlet Monastery had returned to Stormwind, and had learned of what had taken place since their departure. With everyone returned, Kira had finally been able to lay those fallen in Onyxia's attack to rest. On a gray morning, in a section of land that had once been houses, near the edge of the city, they had buried every single one of them, and had sent their souls, now at peace, to Nirvana. For Kira, it had been the most difficult day of her reign, and on that day she had promised that she would never again leave her people vulnerable to such a tragedy. She would never again let so many people sink into the ground before her eyes, never to rise again. She would often visit the graveyards, and gaze upon her fallen people, most of whom she had never met, or seen, but she would not cry. She would look upon them with a look that she remembered her father using. A look of longing despair, eyes filled with unshed pools of tears like glistening vials of crystal, for those whom she should have been able to protect. Those whom she would have gladly sacrificed her life for, if it would mean they could return to their lives and live them out as they had been meant to. A look that must have been spawned from her father's own shame at sending many to their deaths at Onyxia's claws. But there were no tears in her look, as there had been none in his. But she went without fail, each day, at the end of her normal duties, sometimes alone, sometimes with Kylea by her side. And sometimes she would meet Naruto there. Usually covered in dirt and smelling of sweat, he would always be standing beside the same two graves, made simply of wooden crosses, each with a name carved within. The graves of two people that he had only met briefly, but would never meet again in life. He would sometimes greet her, when she went over to stand beside him, but sometimes he would just stay silent, and watch them. And she would watch with him. But then he had gone, with Benedictus and Suabuki, and now she always went alone. He had asked her to watch over those graves in his absence. She did so every day. As they watched the construction of the castle, a voice called both Kira and Kylea's attention to a young man, clad all in armor, rushing towards them from down the street behind them. He had sandy hair, cropped so that it would easily fit inside his helmet, and the clear blue eyes of an honest, kind man. He stopped short of them, and bowed clunkily. "Milady," he said. "Sir Eric," she responded, smiling. "How are you?" It was a question she normally asked. Though Eric Schneider was now the captain of the Stormwind Guard, having been promoted by Kira herself, she did not see him as anything less than a friend. And so she always felt the need to be companionable with him. "Very well, milady," he said, used to her normal greeting. "Shall I give my report?" "Okay," she said, standing straighter and giving him her full attention. The report in question was something that Eric gave to her daily, details on the city to military reports that he had collected from throughout the territories. He pulled a packet of papers from a pouch at his side, and his smile seemed to melt away. His tone became businesslike. "There has been much activity in the north, milady, in the country of Hillsbrad. The Defias Brotherhood, as well as the organization known as the Syndicate, have been acting up lately. They have made no more than 4 raids on the capital of Hillsbrad, as well as a few on the forsaken town of Terran Mill, and several on South Shore. There were few casualties in all instances, and only items of extreme value were taken. More of this. What's causing it?" It was not the first time that he had delivered such a report. Many times in the last month there had been reports of the Brotherhood and the Syndicate acting up and attacking small towns and villages in the countries bordering Stormwind and Ironforge. In all instances, there had been few casualties and many objects stolen. No members of either organization, though evidence suggested that they were but one organization under 2 names, were found at the scenes, and survivors of the attack never fully described the attackers. Only that they wore nothing but black. "We don't know, milady. Ironforge and Nomergon have sent their own spies out, but we can gather nothing. The Brotherhood just slips through their fingers like sand, and the Syndicate is too well armed and too skilled to risk an infiltration. We have nothing on either of them, milady. Kira sighed, and looked briefly back towards the towering castle, which grew ever more immense and beautiful with each day. Its towers seemed to stretch to the heavens, and were made of red brick, but the main entrance was slate gray, made of a stone that came from the deepest parts of Stone Talon, and was as hard as rock. Before the castle were many wooden spikes, bearing blood-red banners depicting a gold and black symbol, the symbol of the new alliance. It was quite unlike anything she had ever seen, though one part of it always stood out, the part that Naruto had added. A golden swirl, in the very middle, emblazoned on the shield of the alliance and enrobed in the black coils of the Horde emblem. Anything else, Sir Eric? No, milady. He left a moment later, leaving Kira and Kylea alone once more. Kira continued to gaze up at the castle, and wondered what she had to do next. It's clever, said Jiraiya, later. I'll give you that. It certainly helps you train with small amounts of the stuff, but I think whoever gave it to you didn't know your fighting style. Naruto dropped his orange shirt to cover the training seal over his belly. He frowned down at Jiraiya. The room was now empty save for him, Tsunade and Kakashi. Ino and Sakura had taken Suibuki to get something to eat, since the fox was hungry and didn't truly need to be there to hear whatever was going to happen to the blonde. Ino had been forced out because it was official, classified business, and Sakura had joined her. She had yet to tell Naruto that she knew his secret. What you mean? You don't do small things, kid. I tried my best to hone your control, but that was with your own chakra. The Kyubis are far different, and far harder, to control than your own, and I don't know the first thing about manipulating demon chakra, never having had it myself. Kyubi has such a vast amount of chakra that using it in small quantities is pointless. You'd be better off using your own chakra in that instance. Thus, you need to find some way to train without worrying about using too much of the chakra. But how am I going to do that? The blonde asked, crossly. Kakashi has a few ways, I should think. Naruto turned to his former teacher, who had set his book down and was looking at Naruto with his single, black, crow-like eye. I have someone for you to meet, Naruto. Wow, what? Ino turned and gave Sakura a sharp, sly look, her lips twisted into a half-amused and half-annoyed smile. Her clear gray eyes quivered, as if she was stopping them from rolling on their own. Don't give me that, the blonde girl said, taking a sip from the steaming teacup in front of her. You know exactly what, wow, I'm talking about. Sakura paused in the midst of scratching behind Suibuki's ears. The vixen had been with them ever since they had departed the Hokage's room, several hours earlier, and had gone in search of food and Naruto's strange friend, Benedictus. They had given up eventually, deciding that he'd find his way back somehow, and had sat down at a small tea shop. They had just received their tea when Ino uttered the three-letter word, and gave Sakura that unnerving look that told the clever girl that she was going to be treated to one of Ino's gossip sessions. I don't, honestly, know what you are trying to say, Sakura retorted, sipping her own tea and glancing away from Ino's gleaming eyes, full of a Faustian hunger. He's hot. What? Sakura looked back up in an instant, meeting Ino's eyes head-on. Naruto, Ino said. He's hot. Really hot, from what I can see. Wouldn't you say so? Sure, why not? Said Sakura, suddenly dismissive. She immediately looked away from Ino, and began attending to Suibuki, who was watching the conversation and likely listening too, as both recalled that Naruto had said she could understand human speech. But Ino wouldn't let it go so swiftly or so easily, and dragged Sakura's attention back to her and the topic. He looks a hell of a lot manlier, don't you think? And he's taller too, way taller. He was pretty cool back when he was shorter than both of us, but now that he's taller, just wow, wouldn't you say? I guess, said Sakura, again with the casualness of a discussion about weather or the time of day. She seemed fixated on Suibuki's eyes. They were beautifully amber, and she told the fox so with a soft whisper. Suwabuki preened at the attention, nuzzling Sakura's face, though all the while giving her what could only be described as a perfectly knowledgeable, almost frank look. It was obvious that she was quite aware of what Sakura was trying to do, though this too, Sakura ignored. Frustrated, Ino stopped talking for a moment and stared at the pink-haired girl for a while, thinking of a way that she could get Sakura's interest back in the conversation. It came to her suddenly, and she felt a little ashamed for not thinking of it earlier. It would have certainly been easier for her. "So hot," she said, "that I may try a hand at him. Don't you think he'd be impressed by my womanly charms? If he were completely brainless, I suppose," said Sakura, sending a mocking look at the other girl, who twitched. "You're no fun, forehead girl. You're almost as bad as Hinata at making gossip." "I just don't see the point," said Sakura. "Yes, he's gotten a little hotter, I guess, and he has gotten taller, I suppose, and he has gotten a better fashion sense, yes, and he must be a lot stronger, true, but I just don't." She stopped, blinking, and frowned at Ino, who sniggered. "That was unfair. You said everything, forehead girl," said Ino. "So have your feelings changed?" Sakura didn't respond. "I'll take that as a maybe." Sakura sighed. "Whatever. You don't seem to have much opinion on this either way. Aren't you happy to see him?" "Of course I am," Sakura said, with a particular force that was almost startling. She then shook her head. "I guess it just hasn't sunk in yet. I mean, he just appeared so suddenly. I guess the shock hasn't washed off yet." She shook her head. "Though I'll admit it's amazing how much he has changed, isn't it?" Ino sipped her tea. "Yes. We'll have to gather everyone, and tell them that he's back. They'll be interested in seeing how much he's changed, too." Sakura smiled, and nodded. Kiba would be chomping at the proverbial bit to find and challenge Naruto to a fight. The dog boy had grown up a bit, no doubt, in the time that Naruto had been gone, but Naruto's sudden presence would no doubt bring back that fiery competition that he felt. And, Sakura thought, amused, with Naruto's new friend, the fox that currently lay by her chair, Kiba would be quite impressed. Or shocked, though the difference would be negligible when the time came. She could almost hear Kiba's first words to Naruto. "It is you, Naruto. I thought I smelled you. Let's fight, I want a rematch from last time." But the others would be happy as well. They had, after all, devoted much of their time in the past few years to becoming as good as they possibly could, so that when Naruto got back, they would not be so far behind him. Shikamaru and Choji would be glad to have their friend back, and would likely treat Naruto to a hot pot of some sort when they found out he had returned. Shino, if he were able to recover from not being recognized by the blonde, for she had no doubt that Naruto would find it hard to remember Shino, covered as he was in layers of cloth, would likely try his hand at fighting Naruto at some point too. She had no doubt that Hinata would faint upon sighting Naruto. She had gained much more confidence, but Naruto had the effect of liquefying everything one planned to say or do upon sight or sound of him, and Naruto's changes would definitely have an effect, especially on one as innocent and shy as Hinata. Lee would jump for joy upon sighting the boy, and he and Guy would proceed to terrify Naruto out of his wits with bad puns and loud exclamations of exultation, usually accompanied by a series of poses, strange backgrounds, and 2 pairs of gleaming white teeth and upturned thumbs. Tenten would likely greet Naruto with a wave and a laugh, never having spoken much to him anyways. Neji would be silent, but would honor Naruto with a bow or a slight smile, perhaps of challenge, for Sakura guessed that he, like Kiba, was burning for a rematch. But like them, she just couldn't believe he was back. So silently and unannounced, he had just appeared in Tsunade's office. Though she knew how he had returned, she knew not why he had returned with that man, Benedictus, though she could guess. Naruto had told them that he had arrived a little over 3 days prior, in the middle of the desert of the Wind Country. It had not been so far from the hidden sand, though Naruto had been too excited to be back to visit beforehand. He had returned thanks to an ingenious device of the gnome's invention, a 2-way portal that effectively connected the 2 worlds together. It allowed people from the other world to go to her and Naruto's world, and vice versa. Not even Naruto knew the specifics of it. Too many big words indeed, she thought, but all he knew was that he had returned. And that was enough. She then turned her attention back to Suibuki, as she sipped her tea. While her mind was on the topic, she could not help but wonder who the man Kakashi wanted him to meet was. Apparently her former teacher, who was now her comrade, as Team 7 had officially been reformed, and with her being the student of the Hokage and a Chunin, and Naruto being an official student of Jiraiya, Kakashi could not be classified as their teacher any longer, had asked this someone quite a while ago about the training necessary. Tsunade approved of him, as did Jiraiya, so Sakura didn't believe it could be anybody too bad. Still, it made her curious, and she wondered who exactly had the power to help Naruto train the power supposedly uncontrollable, the chakra of the Kyuubi. Who's this guy anyways? Naruto asked, as Kakashi led him through the streets of Konoha, which were now filled with far more people than previously, young couples or large families going out for a night on the town, something Naruto had never had the privilege of doing himself. The sun gleamed behind them, a fiery red, as the sky darkened and the stars began to show. They had only just left the Hokage's office. Naruto and Kakashi were now alone, for Jiraiya had pranced off saying something about research. Both knew what this meant. One lamented and one was overjoyed, and Tsunade had remained in her office and would be completing the official paperwork for Team 7's reformation. An acquaintance, of sorts. An old friend from my Anbu days, said Kakashi, and did not elaborate further. Naruto glanced at him, frowning. Whenever Kakashi did something as such, Naruto would always grow even more interested. It was like the Junin took a sweet, carnal pleasure in stringing Naruto's interest along, never giving him more information than was necessary, until Naruto was ready to explode with excitement. He could almost hear Kakashi's silent mental cackle, so smug it could have darkened the sky. Naruto fell silent, and to distract himself from Kakashi's personality, which at first had been refreshing, and had now relapsed into being as it always had been, annoying, set himself to absorbing the atmosphere of the village once again. The cool air, the sounds of the surrounding forest, the smells, they continually assaulted him, and just made him realize more and more that he was home. What made it all the better was that every person they passed, whether man, woman, old or young, gave him a sideways glance, not of hate, but of thinly veiled interest. Some obviously recognized him, from the way their eyes would light up or their mouths would fall slightly open, but the looks never quite frosted over with that frightening hate that he had suffered his entire childhood. It made him smile, to know that they had in at least some way changed their opinion of him. They left the industrial district of the city, and went out into the sparsely populated surrounding areas, where most of the larger clans had their residences. Naruto kept his eyes out for the Hyuga compound, but before he saw it, they arrived at a small wooden house, barely bigger than a tool shed. It looked sturdy and well enough off, and sat alone in the middle of a particularly large garden. Naruto glanced around, surprised at how similar the area was to the Night Elves' forest groves. Though there were far less trees, indeed, only 4 trees surrounded the house, one at each corner. They stretched high into the air, and were a brilliantly emerald green, so much so that they made the other trees look withered and gray. The door had a simple knocker, and beside it was a small plaque that simply said, "Home," in small, neatly carved letters. Kakashi walked straight up to the door and gave a single knock. It took but half a moment after the knock for the door to suddenly open, and there appeared what was doubtlessly the only occupant of the small house, a man of about Kakashi's age, with deep black hair and big, powerful eyes. He had a straight nose, a smooth, sculpted face, and his height was again about that of Kakashi's. He wore a simple white tunic and black pants. He yawned and rubbed one eye when he saw Kakashi, though the other completely remained alert, and darted between the two visitors, and the area surrounding them, in quick succession. "Kakashi-san, what's up?" he asked, his voice soft. "You were sleeping," said Kakashi, raising his visible brow. "I just got back from a mission," the man said, defensively. "I was tired." "Ah," Kakashi retorted, seeming unimpressed. "Tenzo, I have someone for you to meet. He pointed at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, meet Tenzo. Tenzo, Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, said Tenzo, smiling and giving Naruto a small bow. You too, said Naruto, bowing but still frowning at the man. This was the guy who was going to help him train with the Kyuubi's chakra. How? Kakashi-san has told me something of you, and has expressed a wish for me to help with something, I gather. Let's discuss it inside, continued Tenzo, and waved the two past him, into the small house. Kakashi went in immediately, while Naruto followed. Inside, there were some steps, which Naruto and Kakashi descended. Naruto blinked a few times as he remembered how quickly Tenzo had answered the door. He looked back at the man, who smiled at him, and wondered if he had been waiting by the door that entire time. At the foot of the stairs, there was another door, just as simple. It was ajar, which made Naruto rethink his previous conclusion, but it all stopped when he went through said door, after Kakashi, and into one of the most impressive sights he had ever seen in Konoha. Within was a gigantic room, rectangular in shape, made entirely of the smoothest, lightest wood Naruto had ever seen. But what was more was that everything in the room, from the chairs, the tables, the bookcases and desks, as well as the many doors on all sides, seemed to have grown right out of the wood, as if the furniture had grown from seeds like small shrubs. The room itself was smooth and bore nothing that looked like it had been crafted by human hands. The walls and floor were solid wood, as if they too had grown from the earth surrounding the room. The walls were decorated with many scrolls depicting various landscapes and people, painted by a famous artist that Naruto remembered hearing about when he was younger. A fire burned to their right, in a small, tidy fireplace. Naruto frowned, wondering how a fire could be contained in a house made of wood. Rather extravagant for one, wouldn't you say? Kakashi said lightly, gazing at one of the outgrown chairs in passing interest. Maybe a little, said Tenzo, scratching the back of his head and grinning sheepishly. But it's home. A really weird home, Naruto thought, peering in interest at a bookcase, which appeared to have grown out of the wall, to his left. Thankfully the books and rolled-up scrolls that adorned it were real. He looked around again, feeling a gentle warmth course through him. Though housing only one place, it did not seem a lonely place. The man, Tenzo, must have been perfectly content with his life, for the room to exude such a homely feeling. So Kakashi-san, said Tenzo, sitting himself in one of the chairs, which surrounded a small circular table. What is it exactly that you wish me to do? Kakashi took a seat as well, shifting around a little to get comfortable. Naruto did so as well, finding to his surprise that the chairs were actually rather comfortable. The wood was as soft as a cushion. Well, began Kakashi, as you already know, Naruto is the vessel of the Kyuubi no Yoko. For the past 2 years, he has been on an extended training trip of a sort, and during that time, that seal weakened greatly, but was thankfully repaired. Unfortunately, it was repaired in a way that renders it difficult for him to use it properly any longer. He looked at Tenzo simply. Therefore, I come to you, to help him in this area. But wouldn't it be better if it remained unusable? Tenzo asked softly, glancing once at Naruto. The Kyuubi, no, all of the Biju, are extraordinarily dangerous. Their powers are something that we cannot hope to master, or even begin to fathom. In my opinion, it would be better for it to simply stay like this. Can he not simply train using his own chakra? You're forgetting, said Kakashi, in that languid, passive way, one of the most important rules of being a shinobi, that it is necessary for one to use all tools, every weapon at his disposal. Kakashi glanced at Naruto as well, his single eye lingering over Naruto's belly. That is the reason the Jinchuriki were created. Naruto may have to face immensely powerful opponents in his future, and it would be best for him to have some semblance of control over the Kyuubi's chakra. You're essentially his only way of even coming close to that, unless he wishes to spend the rest of his life training. I guarantee you that Naruto is a quick learner. I may also have a way of vastly increasing his training speed, though in order to do this, it would be best to have some control over the demon's chakra. He leaned forwards, his single eye piercing into Tenzo's large powerful ones. Besides, you should know this rule well, shouldn't you? After all, were you not given a powerful, yet detestable, tool yourself? Tenzo stared a little longer into Kakashi's eyes. Then, he sighed, and sat back, frowning. The chair seemed to bend with him, to Naruto's surprise, and so he was leaning quite far back, despite there being no hinges that allowed the chair to move in such a way. But Kakashi's words made Naruto look at the man even harder, trying to strip and peel away the wooden exterior that was Tenzo's face. He suddenly had a desire to know exactly what this man was, though something stopped him, and no matter how he tried, he could not look past the man's eyes, so like knots in the trunk of a tree. Tenzo finally said. And I have no qualms in helping him out, but I don't have the time, Kakashi-san. As an Anbu, I have duties every day, and there is still a considerable backlog of missions that must be taken care of. I don't know how I'm going to find time. Time isn't an issue, said Kakashi, smiling at the man, who blinked in surprise. I've already asked the Hokage. She's going to assign you to this as a special mission. I don't know when, probably when you've finished your other duties. But the point is that she wants Naruto as in control as possible, when the time comes for him to return to active duty. Is that so? Tenzo said. If that's the case, then all. Wait a minute. Both men turned at once to Naruto, who treated them to a fierce glare that made Kakashi want to chuckle, though he contained himself at the risk of Naruto getting even angrier. Who the heck is this guy, anyways, Kakashi-sensei? You haven't said a thing about him, other than his name, and how the heck is he going to be able to help me with the Kyuubi? Tenzo looked at Kakashi, who merely stared back, and gave him a slight nod. Tenzo sighed, and turned back to Naruto. This time, Naruto saw a glimpse of something beyond the dark eyes, but could not make it out. I was gifted, he said, finally, his face stern, with certain abilities. One of them, he gestured at their surroundings, was this, the ability to manipulate the element of wood, something that no other shinobi can do. The other is a little bit more complicated. It is the ability to control, using a certain medium, the power of a demon. Specifically, the Biju, one of which lurks inside of you. Thus, I can suppress, and with my own chakra and willpower, control that force inside of you. Naruto's eyes searched the man's face a moment longer, before he nodded and sat back. Didn't know there was such an ability. It's not at all common, said Tenzo. The strange look crossed his face again. It's a Kekkei Genkei, if you will. In any case, said Kakashi, we just came by to tell you that. I have no doubt the Hokage will inform you when the terms of your mission begin. He stood, prompting the others to rise as well. Of course, said Tenzo, smiling. He looked at Naruto and gave a small bow of his head. I look forward to working with you, Naruto-kun. His face then darkened considerably, becoming ghoulish, like a frightening wooden mask used by old superstitious women to scare away children or evil spirits. His eyes went wide so suddenly that Naruto leapt back in terror. But now that I'm a bit different from Kakashi, I am not above using fear to motivate my students. Whilst Naruto clutched his chest, still staring in horror at the man, whose face returned instantly to normal, Tenzo then looked at Kakashi. Are you sure you can't stay? Shouldn't you be asleep? I thought you were tired. Kakashi retorted. Well, Tenzo said, sheepishly. It's rare that I have visitors. Perhaps you'll stay for a cup of tea, or something. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, and stared at him in a way that Naruto first thought questioning, as if asking him if he wanted to stay, but before he could answer, Kakashi turned back to Tenzo, and gave a small shake of his head. Sorry, he said, but Naruto's going to need a good night's rest. Besides, he needs to get his apartment back, don't you, Naruto? Oh yeah, the blonde mumbled. He had hardly given it, or its kindly occupants, a thought since he had re-entered the city. On that note, He realized that he hadn't even seen Ichiraku's, and felt horrified because of it. So it was with this guilt and primordial hunger that Naruto left Tenzo's home, with Kakashi by his side. The young man waved them out, smiling serenely the entire time. Naruto decided that he liked the older man, despite his strangeness and frightening face. He was now interested in seeing how this man could help him with his training. Kakashi followed him back to the city center, stopping when Naruto could smell the familiar scent, so long denied to him, of the wondrous Ichiraku's ramen stand, where Naruto had spent some of the best days of his childhood. The smells, of boiling water, of cooking meat, chicken and shrimp halfway between soft and rare and delicious and juicy, vegetables that smelt as fresh as spring, of a plethora of spices, some hot and spicy which tingled the nose, others mild which made the mouth water, others sweet which made the eyes twitch and the body shiver. Even of the sweat, the manly musk of Tuki and the sweet perfume of Ayame, as well as 2 other scents which he could not identify, the smells made him close his eyes and remember everything that had occurred there, and it was only Kakashi's voice which prevented him from launching himself towards the sight of these wonderful scents, like distant dreams of the utmost pleasure. "I need to head back," said Kakashi, setting a hand on Naruto's shoulder. He smiled down at the blonde, his one eye curved into a sideways crescent moon. "But before you head off to gorge yourself, you should know that I'm glad you're back, Naruto." He gave Naruto a pat on the head, making the blonde raise an eyebrow at the strange gesture. "You should also know," said Kakashi, suddenly turning and walking away, "that we'll be having our first team meeting tomorrow, same time, same place. Don't bother eating breakfast. Good night." He was gone before Naruto could say much else than a simple, "good night." But his words, like so many others today, awoke within him a memory of long ago. It was a very specific one, and one that he cherished among all the rest as special. He grinned to himself, as he turned and walked towards Ichiraku. They would definitely not lose this time. Undrig grimaced, a look that the monstrous Tauren, Kane, mimicked beside him. The dwarf possessed a dark, bushy beard and powerful eyes of the same color. His face was shaped like crudely cut granite, and was adorned by a small scar across his forehead. He wore shining, polished armor and a tabard depicting a glittering silver fist, clenched and raised like a general's gauntleted fist at the commencement of a charge. A hammer, forged of a slightly darker metal, hung by his side. His hair and face dripped water from the pouring rain, which made pinging sounds off his and his companions' armors. They stood at the shoreline of a place where Kane and Undrig had been quite recently, when neither had ever held any hopes of returning. For, despite its recent liberation, it still remained as more a graveyard than a place fit for any sort of habitation. Theramore. He looked sideways at Kane, who was still surveying the area with the same distaste that he had been previously. Kane was big for his age, even as a Tauren. His body was the color of redwood bark and his hair that of a nightsaber's fur, and it was tied into 2 tails which adorned each side of his head. 2 horns, curved and sharp, sprouted from just above his floppy ears, and his eyes were of dark amber. He wore a big, black tunic with immense pauldrons, with a tabard of the horde over it, and black and silver leggings that ended above his hooves. "This place gives me the crossing, creeps," Kane rumbled in a low voice, stumbling over his limited knowledge of common and glancing at his companions, 10 of which were Tauren, and half that orc. They continually glanced at the Undrig's party, consisting of 8 humans and 8 dwarves. The leaders of both parties were becoming increasingly aware that the nature of those glances was never entirely friendly. Undrig agreed. Not a pleasant place, indeed. He would ignore it for now. They had more important things to do. Lord Thrall said that this would be a collaborative process between us. He said that we should build settlements near each other. But I don't think I'd want to use this place, do you? Strategically, grunted Undrig, it's the best in the whole marsh. It gives us immediate escape plans, and a full view of the coastline. If we were gonna build anything, I'd think it'd be best to do it here. It'd take some work, o' course. Some, mumbled Kane. The thought of boring manual labor appalled him. Lad. Undrig glanced around again, wiping some rain from his eyes. They had all of the materials necessary to begin construction right away, and a sufficient number of people to do it. He was supposed to report back to Kira and King Magni on a regular basis, letting them know when to send troops to garrison and man the settlement they were building. Kane was supposed to do the same thing for Thrall and his grandfather. In Undrig's opinion, construction shouldn't take long. The Tauren had brought druids and shamans to manipulate the wood and earth, and the dwarfs and humans had brought the supplies, wood, metal, and already cut stone used to construct houses, repair existing ones, and rebuild the small castle that Jaina Proudmoore had once resided in, during her tenure on the island. But that begged the question, did they want to remain in this place, so stained in blood and memory? Though not superstitious, Undrig felt something off about the land around him. He did not know if it was simply the lingering death and decay, which had cleared some since Onyxia's death, or something else, which he could not explain. Either way, he did not know if placing a settlement here would be worthwhile. Yet, when he thought about it, there was nothing to suggest that he wasn't simply being foolish. Nothing lived in this place anymore, and therefore it was perfectly safe. With that in mind, he turned back to his group. We'll be stayin', unload the boats and set up camp. We'll start work when this rain lifts up. He glanced at Kane. All right with you? Yeah, Kane said, after a pause to understand the dwarf's accent. He turned to his own group, and said in Orcish, all right, you guys too. Once the rain stops, we'll get working. Both groups responded without qualm, taking one last look at each other, before departing in their respective directions. Kane sighed at the sight of them. Geez, can't they just get along? Takes a long time, lad, began Undrig, turning to follow his own group, to overcome grudges. Just our luck that we have few, Yeah, grinned Kane. See you later, shortly. You too, Steak. Undrig laughed as he walked away. He began to speed up, to catch up to his group, when something on the ground caught his eye, even though it shouldn't have been out of place. It was a pair of footprints, freshly made in the muddy ground. It took him a moment to realize what exactly was wrong with them. For, rather than a steady procession of them across the ground, as a man's for the size could be nothing but a man should have been, there was but a pair of them, in the middle of the ground. No footprints surrounded them, for the other footprints of Undrig's companions were far off to the side, where he had been heading. They were simply there, as if someone had dropped from the sky, landing without a sound, and then departed the same way. He blinked at them a few times, and then looked around sharply. He saw nothing, and felt no presence. The footprints were fresh, for already, they were being filled with water from the constant downpour, and would fade in time. The feeling of wrongness returned, as he walked back towards the boats, a hand upon his hammer with every step. A settlement. So close to HQ1. Do we report? Doesn't matter. When the time comes, we'll finish them off. The preparations are almost complete. We must return, we have to mobilize a hell of a lot sooner. Agreed. We thought we'd find you here, said Ino, smirking. Naruto swiveled his head, his mouth so frightfully full of noodles that it looked like an inflated puffer fish with big blue eyes. It made Ino nearly double over in laughter upon seeing it, while Sakura attempted in vain to smother her own guffaws, to little effect. The two girls' reactions confused Naruto for a second, before he swallowed the ramen in his mouth, and glared at them both. What's so funny? He asked, squinting and frowning at them in a way that reminded Sakura immediately of his younger self, with his petulant whine and vulpine eyes. Her laughter died away while Ino's continued for a moment longer, but she still smiled at him, for a moment lost in her memories. This distraction allowed Ino to answer for her, whereupon she likened his previous face to a porcupine who'd had a little too much for dinner. He huffed at her words, muttering, geez, so now you can't enjoy ramen without being made fun of. Oh, stop teasing him, you two, a voice called from inside the restaurant. Ayame appeared, With her pretty brown eyes, smooth unmarked face, a remarkable feat for being surrounded by such unhealthy, greasy food all the time, wearing her red and white uniform, and smiling widely at Naruto, wider than she had smiled for either of the two girls during their constant visits in Naruto's absence. Naruto-kun hasn't been here for over 2 years. Let him enjoy his ramen without animalizing his face, okay? She giggled at Naruto, who gave her a mock glower. How does it taste, Naruto-kun? If heaven does exist, he whispered, the entire world his bowl of ramen, then this must be a piece of it, or something, it's awesome. He attacked it again, making Ayame giggle and the two other girls roll their eyes. That's the spirit, Naruto-kun. Another voice called, that of Tyuki, Ayame's father. Tyuki had a kind, wrinkled face with permanently squinted eyes and a broad grin. His voice, not unlike Naruto's, was loud and powerful, and he overflowed with affection and cheer. It was no doubt due to his favorite customer returning. Tonight, it's in the house. Eat as much as you like, okay kid? You girls want something? Taking seats on either side of the blonde, Sakura and Ino nodded to the old man. Chicken, said Sakura. Vegetables, said Ino, drawing a mystified look from Naruto, as if wondering how anybody could dare to get the vegetarian option. The only time he enjoyed such things was when there was no other choice, such as the Amokanda of the Torin, which contained nothing but vegetables. But he kept this to himself, as no doubt Ino would reply with something like, needing to watch her figure. Tyuki nodded to the two of them, and walked off. Suibuki, who lay at the foot of Naruto's stool, yawning widely, turned up to her companion then. Do you know how much I had to listen to these two talk about you? The fox groused. Naruto blinked, chewing, as he looked down at the fox. A lot, beyond that. They just wouldn't shut up. The only reason I stayed was for the petting and the food they kept giving me. Yeah, food is good. Sakura and Ino stared at the boy and the fox he was conversing with. It was rather odd listening to someone seemingly converse with himself, while eating as much ramen as he physically could. They simply waited and watched as Naruto and Suibuki recounted their days to each other. They found out and subsequently discovered that it had no effect on either of them, for they had no idea who Tenzo was, whom Naruto would be training with, and when. Sakura would remember later to ask who this person was, as she felt curious as to what kind of person he was. You're going to have to find everyone, and tell them that you're back, said Ino, looking sideways at Naruto a little while after she and Sakura received their own steaming bowls of ramen. Naruto swallowed another mouthful of his fourth bowl of ramen, and nodded in agreement. Yeah, I haven't seen any of them for ages. I definitely want to know how they've been doing since I've been gone. He then rubbed the back of his head. And Gaara, too. I should have seen him when I first got back, but I was too excited. I should go see him sometime later. Yes, Sakura agreed, almost absently. You should. They lapsed into silence for a while, as they ate. But soon conversation picked up once more, as Sakura began to tell Naruto about everything that had happened since he had left. He had heard some of it from Gamakichi, though it was nothing close to the full story. When it arrived on the topic of the Chunin exams, Naruto was both delighted and dismayed to find that all of his friends, including Sakura, were now of Chunin rank or even higher. Wow, even Shikamaru doesn't seem as lazy as before, Naruto said, shaking his head. He's shaped up a bit, said Ino, grinning. He's still the same lazy bastard as before, but he's got a lot more responsibility now. He's even been keeping up with Choji and I, as we felt just as much need as Kiba, Neji and Lee to keep up with you. He had duties as an academy instructor, Chunin exam proctor, and he was even made part of the special task force that Hokage-sama created, the Naiju Shotai. He's been a lot busier than most of us, though to be fair, he probably has to be or else he wouldn't do a thing. Naruto nodded, laughing. And Neji's a Junin. That's amazing. Geez, he suddenly sagged in his seat. I'm the only guy who's still a genin, aren't I? Yep, said Sakura, patting him on the shoulder. But don't worry, so's Konohamaru. Moegi and udon, you'll have company. She laughed at the scrunched face Naruto gave her, like a petulant child ready and willing to cry. That's harsh, he mumbled, lashing out with his chopsticks and snatching a fish cake from Sakura's ramen. Take that. Sakura's sweat dropped. Maybe he wasn't so mature after all. Naruto chewed his stolen prize, then asked the two girls where Benedictus had gone. We don't know, said Ino, frowning. Hokage-sama asked us to find him, but so far nobody's remembered seeing a strange old man in golden robes anywhere in the city. He might have left. Nah, Naruto muttered. He's got some important business here with Tsunade Baba. He can't leave until that's finished. Quite right, said Benedictus, to Ino's left. And for your information, I was merely familiarizing myself with the city. It's quite beautiful, and everyone here is so friendly. Ah, miss, might I have some of that soup, as well? It smells delicious. While Ayame did so, frowning slightly, as she didn't remember the old man being there before, the other three processed the old man's casual, yet sudden, appearance each at their own speeds. At around roughly the same time, just a few seconds after Ayame had placed a bowl of chicken ramen in front of Benedictus, all three suddenly shouted out in surprise, and whipped around to face the old man. He stared at them perplexedly, a spoonful of noodles mere inches from his mouth, wondering exactly the nature of their sudden outburst. Where the hell did you come from? Was approximately what each person had reached, with varying degrees of profanity and volume. As I said, the village, and such a wonderful village it is. The hot springs are quite divine, I must say, though there was a loud ruckus on the woman's side while I was there. Some poor man, I think, was brutally ejected from there for a reason I cannot fathom. He shook his head. Women can be so violent. Naruto rolled his eyes, knowing that the poor man, so violently ejected was probably his former teacher. Sakura and Ino reached that exact same conclusion, though Sakura's had the added statistical probability of it being Jiraiya and the percentage was quite high. As for my important business, said Benedictus, you need not worry, I have already set up a time with your Hokage to discuss it. It shall be sometime tomorrow, and I'm hopeful that she will be receptive to the idea. She will, Naruto affirmed, grinning his grin and returning to his ramen, while Sakura and Ino exchanged confused glances, not knowing what the two were discussing. Sakura would have asked, but Benedictus took that moment to stand. Well, I'll be off. See you tomorrow, Naruto. I hope that you will join me when I meet with the Hokage, if that is possible. It concerns you just as much as I. Good night. The man departed, leaving an empty bowl and three severely confused teenagers behind. Naruto sighed, placing his head on the counter and wondering how it was that he knew so many crazy old men. Sakura stared, frowning, after Benedictus. Did Naruto just attract strangeness, or was it just coincidence? Ino simply yawned, and stood up off her stool. I'd better head to bed as well. See you two later. I'll be sure to tell Shikamaru and Choji when I next see them that you're back. She bent down and gave Suibuki a final pat on the head and a scratch behind the ears, before walking off, her hips swaying attractively with each step. Sakura frowned after the blonde girl, and stole a glance at Naruto, who had returned to his ramen after saying goodbye to the girl. She smiled at that, and finished her own ramen. Finally, it came to a time when Naruto had finally eaten his fill, and let out a relaxed sigh. That hit the spot, old man, Ayame-chan. I missed you guys so much. You mean you missed our ramen, giggled Ayame. But we get the point. We missed you too, Naruto-kun. We had Sakura-chan and the rest of your friends to keep us company, but it just hasn't been the same without you. She smiled. Thank you for returning. Naruto grinned at her. Thanks for waiting. I'll be back tomorrow, so have a bowl ready, okay? Chuki laughed, a great, booming sound that rang of exultation and amusement. Just remember it isn't free tomorrow, Naruto-kun. See you later. And good night to you too, Sakura-chan. Sakura said her goodbyes as well, as she, Naruto, and Suibuki left the little stand and walked down the street, now completely black, save for the scattered streetlights and lighted windows in the many apartment buildings around. They walked side by side, with Suwabuki padding behind them, sniffing at everything she encountered, and then commenting on it to Naruto, who would either ignore her or laugh. Sakura stayed mostly silent, but as they got closer and closer to Naruto's apartment, she grew increasingly anxious. It was the perfect time, she realized. She glanced towards Naruto, who, as he had been doing since he arrived, was reveling in the sights and smells of the city, in his world. Naruto, she suddenly said, unable to hold it any longer. I have something to tell you. Naruto blinked, and looked sideways at her. Her tone was serious enough to send a nervous chill down his back. It was not the chill he got when he had said something wrong to her. In fact, he wasn't sure exactly what caused it. What she was going to say was not something trivial or something to begin a conversation. Indeed, it did not even feel like what she said was something such as confessing her feelings or asking him on a date, though he thought both such things had a 1 in a million chance of happening. She had something much more important to tell him, and she sounded almost afraid to do so. In the back of his mind, a fear lurked like a monstrous predator, silent and swift. The fear, though beaten back and wounded severely by the many feelings and experiences Naruto had had in Azeroth, still remained, alive in the many shadows of his subconscious. Her words had given it back some strength, and her tone, which sounded almost frightened, and he wondered if what she had to say would finally unleash it, or completely destroy it. Yeah, he said, wishing he had some ramen to swallow, to hide a dread-filled gulp. Sakura stopped for a moment, unsure of how to go on. But a moment later, she gulped and said softly, her voice ringing in the silent, even though it was barely a whisper, like the beating wings of a raven, taking flight into the late night sky. I know. There was a sound of twinkling bells, sweet and memorable, which sent shivers of excitement down the spines of Naruto and Sakura. For it called back memories of a time which seemed lifetimes ago, when they hadn't been a team, but a jumble of inexperienced fools ready to commit to one of the most dangerous lifestyles in the world. Remember, said Kakashi, his eyes steady and hard like obsidian. You have to come at me with the intent to kill, if you think you can get these bells from me. There's still 2 of them, but I expect both of you to be able to get them. He looped the bells on his belt, just beside his weapons pouch. He then looked at Naruto. Where's your fox? Hunting, Naruto said. Sides, I wanted to do this myself, and she knew that. Kakashi smiled. Both teenagers were tense like predators preparing to strike. Both had adopted similar looks as well, eyes as hard and determined as Kakashi's, but filled with a fiery power that could only be described as youth, something Kakashi no longer had. It made him smile, beneath his mask, seeing both his students in such a state, because, like them, he remembered the first time he had given them this task. He remembered the determined, yet nervous and frightened stare of Sakura, who as soon as he had mentioned, intent to kill, had seized up and looked like a deer ready to bolt. He remembered, too, the annoyed, smoldering, and petulant glare of Naruto, someone filled with immense potential, who had raised himself by his own morals and code, but who hadn't any clue of how to begin a fight properly, especially against a man obviously superior to him in strength. And he remembered how they had both fought, apart, independent, both without relying on each other or even contemplating banding together. Now, he noticed that both stood in almost similar stances, and seemed 2 halves of the same whole. Kakashi knew that if he attacked one, the other would come to the rescue. But even more was the presence of something else, a bond that the 2 now shared, that hadn't been present before this very morning. Kakashi realized that something had to have happened between when he had left Naruto, and when he had met both on the bridge that morning. When he had seen them, they had been resting on opposite sides of the railing, silent until he walked up and barked in tandem how late he was. Nothing had seemed different at first, yet between them there seemed to be an understanding that Kakashi could not identify. He would ask them, once this was over, what had happened, though already he had a suspicion creeping in the back of his thoughts, like a great shinobi preparing for an assassination. Yes, he decided, both had changed. Now it was time to see how much. One more thing, he said, slipping into a ready stance himself, his legs bent and spread apart. He then reached up and to both their surprises, pulled up his Hittite, revealing his left eye, where the crimson, whirling Sharingan iris filled it. I won't hold back this time. Now, I'll come at you with the intent to kill. Kakashi suddenly vanished, and the battle began. Naruto and Sakura leapt away from each other, for that was where Kakashi immediately struck. A kunai, as fast as a card in a magician's trick, flickered into the silver-haired man's hand, which he stabbed at Naruto. But an instant later Naruto's Kodachi, Magni's pride, literally flew into his palm and deflected the iron dagger with such violent force that Kakashi was nearly unbalanced. Naruto kicked at the man in that instant, striking him in the stomach. Kakashi gasped, flying back, only to burst into smoke and disappear. A log struck the ground in his place, causing Naruto to silently swear. He looked about, his nose twitching. It was nowhere nearly as good as Suibuki's, or even Kiba's, but it did well enough. When he finally caught a whiff, he had only time to shout, Sakura-chan. Below. In another second, he realized he had reacted a second too late, not in alerting Sakura, but in realizing she already knew. The ground burst apart in the most violent explosion Naruto had seen in quite a while. For nearly 4 meters in each direction and almost 3 meters deep the ground was reduced to rubble by a single, monstrously powerful punch. Kakashi, approximately 3 meters deep beneath the earth, gawped at Sakura's attack, but nowhere near as much as Naruto, who stumbled back from the force of the punch, his eyes wide and his jaw gaping a meter long. Sakura thought nothing of it, though she would later lament how weak it was, in comparison to Tsunade's usual strikes. Naruto, go now! The shout brought Naruto back to reality, and he leapt into the new crater, his blade now sheathed. Kakashi recovered just in time to block Naruto's fist, which had nearly struck his face. He twisted it to the side, intending to cause pain, but suddenly realized that he couldn't. Naruto's arm, for that instant, seemed to have turned to solid stone. It allowed Naruto yet another opening, in which he suddenly struck Kakashi in the chest. His fist became a blur, hitting Kakashi so many times that his ribs nearly cracked. But, being a Junin, Kakashi was not so easily defeated. Before Naruto could hit him just one more time, his hand shouted out, blocking the hit. Then, using his entire body weight, he leaned to the side and heaved Naruto away from him. The blonde flew past Sakura, who dashed at Kakashi and struck at him with another fist, filled with such chakra that it would finish what Naruto had started in a single punch. Kakashi ducked the punch, so that it caught naught but a tuft of his hair, and then struck upwards with his own fist, sinking it into Sakura's stomach. Leaving her bereft of air, Kakashi grabbed her arm and threw her in Naruto's direction. But Naruto was not there. Amazing, gasped Kakashi, his Sharingan whirling and searching, all of his senses open for signs of his loudest student. His speed is amazing and that earlier hardening technique, he's still full of surprises. He clutched his ribs. He got 16 punches in, all within a few seconds. And Sakura's power is unbelievable. It'd take only one hit from her to go down. The bells tinkled in the wind, still attached to Kakashi's belt. Kakashi suddenly turned, his Sharingan sighting his quarry. He lifted a hand, just in time to block a particularly strong punch from Naruto, enough to numb his arm. In the same instant, he turned his head, crossing his left arm over his right to make a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 more Kakashis appeared, blocking hits from 2 more Narutos. All 3 blondes cursed in unison at their failure, as Kakashi and his clones thrust them away. Kakashi pursued the original Naruto, delivering a powerful kick into Naruto's stomach. Not given enough time to harden it in the same way as before, using the technique taught to him by Thrall, and the basis of the Earth style, Kongo, Naruto flew backwards, letting out a violent spasm of coughing. But Sakura appeared again, having recovered from Kakashi's earlier attack, punched at the Junin repeatedly, in an attempt to catch him with just one. But Kakashi's Sharingan saw each one, and since none of them were comparable to Naruto's amazing new attack speed, he saw them as if she was punching through molasses, slow and perfectly predictable. He caught her arm, twisting it successfully, and aimed to jab a finger into the back of her neck, where a pressure point would render her unconscious. But seconds before he did, he heard the sound of twinkling bells. He released Sakura, pushing her away, and then jumped up, barely avoiding Naruto. The boy's hand was outstretched, attempting to grab the bells. Instead, he sped beneath Kakashi, and grabbed hold of something very different. It was soft and round, about the size of an apple, and very warm. Yet, it took both Naruto and Sakura half a second to realize what had happened, and unfortunately for Naruto it was Sakura who reacted first. Pervert. A drop of sweat rolled down the back of Kakashi's head. One moment both his students were fine, in the midst of an important battle, and the next Naruto lay nearly comatose on the ground, while Sakura clutched her hands to her chest, her face as red as her shirt. "Geez, you kids know how to destroy such glorious tension, don't you?" he muttered. "The effect is now totally lost." "Tell that to Naruto," said Sakura, waspishly. "And here I was thinking you'd gotten less perverted, not being around Jiraiya-san." "But it was an accident," Naruto mumbled with his face still firmly implanted in the dirt. "Do you guys plan to continue?" Kakashi asked, raising an eyebrow. "I could get the book out, you know." Naruto turned his face up, frowning at Kakashi. "When did we stop?" and vanished in a puff of smoke. Kakashi's eyes widened, as a group of Naruto doppelgangers appeared around him, as suddenly as a gust of wind. His Sharingan saw them as they rushed up, but their speed was so amazing that he still could barely register them. It was the ultimate defense against the prediction power of the Sharingan, something Guy and Lee always put to great effect. Naruto, moving not quite as fast as Guy at his best, was still fast enough for even the most skilled Sharingan users to be wary of. Kakashi could see evidence of chakra manipulation in the technique, but it was slight, only enough to enhance the muscles. Whoever had taught Naruto the technique had taught it well enough that even someone with such naturally poor chakra control as Naruto could master it. But still, his Sharingan saved him. In the scant seconds before they could attack, he thrust his hands together in another seal. He released a controlled burst of chakra summoning the water from the nearby pond straight to him. Suiten. Sujinheki. The water coalesced around Kakashi in a perfect hemisphere, dispelling some clones as it rushed from the pond to the area surrounding Kakashi. The rest were unable to attack, and were dispelled a moment later, as Kakashi leapt from the barrier and slashed them to ribbons with a pair of kunai. But his students had vanished. "Ha, so they've gone into hiding, huh? They have definitely changed. Hiding isn't Naruto's style." He shook his head. "And that Kage Bunshin surprised me. I thought I'd be able to tell the difference, but he must have used Kawarimi so quickly that I couldn't register it." He looked around again, his breathing beginning to slow. "Well, if it's hide and seek, then I'll play," he said, and in a flicker of movement, was gone. Ouch, mumbled Naruto, clutching his stomach. "He's faster than I remember." "He's using his Sharingan," whispered Sakura, glancing about. They were hidden within the foliage of one of the trees surrounding the area they had just fought in. Sakura was perched at the very end of a large branch, using her chakra to keep her balance, while Naruto sat against the trunk, frowning. "If we had kept going, we could have gotten those bells easily." "We couldn't have kept that up for long," said Sakura. "Well, maybe you could have, but Kakashi-sensei isn't that foolish. He'd retreat and try to gain a surprise attack." "He's good at that," Naruto agreed, running a hand through his hair and frowning even harder. "He's more than good," said Sakura. "But we'll have to be better than that to get those bells, especially with that eye of his. He could even see through that technique of yours, the one you used to gain all of that speed." "Kazashi," Naruto said, nodding. "I can't use it for long, 'cause it'll start draining my stamina like no tomorrow, But it's probably the only thing I got against that stupid Sharingan. He grinned suddenly. Right now, at least. Sakura glanced back at Naruto, who met her eyes squarely. They then shared a small smirk that only teammates could. Kakashi had been right. They did have an understanding. I know. About Kyuubi. The words that Sakura had spoken the previous night had revived Naruto's most awful fear for a moment where he had never felt so afraid or vulnerable in his life. He had no idea what she was going to say or do. Hurtful words, disgust, outright hatred, or the worst of all, those unbearably cold eyes from his past. But none had occurred. She had turned away from him, and began to walk off. Sakura-chan. Stopping for a moment, she looked over her shoulder. Idiot, what were you expecting? I don't care about that, and never will. But don't expect some candy-coated words or sympathy, 'cause I know you don't need either. We're friends, Naruto, teammates. And you always will be. I know who you are, we all do. You having some stupid giant fox in your stomach isn't going to change that. She was smiling. Though he did not know how long it had taken her to come to that conclusion, her words had struck him with the force of an arrow. It pierced straight through to his subconscious, and in one blow felled that awful fear he had harbored for so long. Left standing there by himself, Naruto had felt a joy, an unbelievable, unexplainable joy that had seemed to carry such power as to lift him from his feet and into the air. He had heard the words directly from his friend, his teammate, and she didn't care. She would not look at him with fear or disgust, her eyes told him that much. Though neither had said a word about it the next time they had met, they had come to a new understanding. As a result, both now felt like proper teammates. There were no more secrets between them, now. No fear clutched at him now, and he knew that when the time came, he'd tell his other friends. And it had all been done with but a few simple words, no tears or overflowing emotions, just words, and that smile and those eyes that he knew he could trust with everything he had. There was not only one thing missing from the picture, but that would return in time. Naruto had promised it. Right now, said Sakura, in the present, we need some way of surprising him. I've got something that'll make me practically invisible, Naruto said, frowning. Sakura shook her head. He'll see it. If it uses chakra, then he'll be able to use his Sharingan to see right through it. We need something else. Naruto thought for a moment, before his eyes lit up. He gave her a wide grin and said, I know what to do. He gave a soft cackle of delight then. Don't worry about finding him either, I got that covered. We just need to be really quick about it, okay? Right, said Sakura, leaning in. What is it? They've gotten better. Even Naruto has gotten pretty good at keeping himself quiet and out of sight, Kakashi thought, leaping from the branch he was on and landing upon another a few feet opposite him. In the forest around him, he could find no sign of his two students, a remarkable feat, in his opinion. They had completely evaded his senses, and it was coming to the point where he would consider summoning Pakun and his other nin dogs to come and aid him. But he was curious. He wanted to know how they would play this out. They had a scant amount of time before he would call the whistle on them, for he didn't intend to let them take forever in their plan. But he was curious as to how they would go about this, in taking the two bells that now hung, jingling with every leap, upon his belt. He suddenly stopped. There was a rustle of trees beneath him. Frowning, but not foolish enough to go himself, he summoned a cage bunchen, and sent it into the bushes below. There was a sudden popping sound, as his clone was dispelled, and a second later Kakashi leapt from the tree, and away from the bushes. He hadn't quite caught sight of what had killed his clone, though he suspected that it had been Naruto, using a new trick he had learned in the other world. He glanced around, now at his level, searching for Sakura. Where Naruto was, she wouldn't be far. Something streaked below him, faster than he could turn to see it, and not even his Sharingan was able to catch even the slightest sight of it. It was fast. Naruto, indeed. The next branch, or rather the tree itself, he landed on suddenly shook madly. In another second, it began to topple backwards, and Kakashi, wishing to confront his student, fell with it. When it landed, with a crash that sent perched birds flying into the skies above the forest, Sakura attacked. Her fist splintered the trunk of the tree Kakashi had been standing on, in a cloud of wood dust and shards. Kakashi dodged the punch with ease, cartwheeling away from the pink-haired girl, and flinging a cloud of shuriken as he did. Sakura backflipped to avoid the iron stars, and charged at Kakashi again. Kakashi drew a kunai and ran to meet her, just as something large and silver appeared on his right, where his Sharingan could not see. Kakashi's eyes, red and black, became wide. Suwabuki charged at Kakashi, slashing with one razor-sharp claw at his legs. He leapt back to avoid it, as well as Sakura's sudden punch, landing on the soft mossy earth. He lifted a kunai from one of his pouches, twirling it as she rushed towards him. It was then that he realized, however, that he had been tricked. He thrust the weapon with killing force at the girl, letting it fly from his hand and strike her in the heart. She was gone in a puff of smoke. Cage Bunshin again. I didn't notice it at first, because Naruto's gotten much better at using it, and that henge masked its true presence, so where? The answer came to him with a shout, and the sweet sounds of tinkling bells. Oi, Kakashi-sensei, time's up, we win. He whirled, to find Sakura and Naruto, with Suwabuki behind them, standing in what appeared to be a puddle of shadow. Naruto was just stepping from it, and in his hand he clutched a single bell, while Sakura clutched the other. Both had identical smirks on their faces, and even Suwabuki seemed to be grinning in triumph at her companion's victory. Kakashi blinked, touching his belt, where the bells no longer rested. He looked at the two teenagers again, stunned for a moment, before he broke into a warm grin, almost hidden by his mask. Hunting, huh, he said, raising a hand to pull his forehead protector back over his left eye. Naruto grinned. I didn't say what kind of hunting, did I? Kakashi then laughed out loud, unable to control his amusement, or the absolute pride he had in his students, who had surprised him time and time again. How the hell did you get in here? Tsunade was standing, both hands flat on her desk, her eyes staring with considerable force into Benedictus, who stood at the door to her office, smiling benignly. Tsunade twitched at the man's indifference to her own anger, though somewhere in her mind she acknowledged that she should be more civil to such an important visitor, yet she had not forgotten what had happened yesterday, and scowled as he walked up and took a seat in one of the two chairs before her desk. I walked, the old man said, quite reasonably. There are guards, who were perfectly willing to let me in. Now, pardon my rudeness, but as I said, I came here to discuss something with you. He crossed his hands across his lap, and waited. Tsunade twitched again. The man's arrogance was disgusting, yet he knew that Naruto would not have brought him here without reason. As much as she was beginning to dislike this man, she decided that it would indeed be in her best interests to hear what he had to say. Besides, any chance for her to skive work was a chance worth taking. Fine, I'm listening. Tenzo lifted a small letter, left at his door in around 8 that morning. He had opened it long ago, and its contents were displayed across a smooth wooden table in the middle of his room. His large, chocolate eyes scanned its contents for the 20th time that hour. It was a simple description of his newest mission, which would begin in a week. He nodded, whispering to himself the entire time. Yamato, he said. Yamato, Yamato, Yamato. My name is Yamato. It's time to begin. Already. Damn, we just barely finished preparing. Don't you wanna hold off a bit? No, we must begin now, if we are to achieve our goals. Where do we start? You each have your duties, complete them to the fullest, and we will finally have what we set out to claim. Nobody must fail. Benedictus was pleased to hear that the woman's tone was inquisitive. She was not completely against it. But he could also detect reservation in her tone. She was not completely convinced, either. He had just finished explaining the details of the alliance, and how it had come into fruition entirely because of Naruto's actions. Because of the many battles he had fought, and the many people he had touched. She did not look or sound surprised when he told her all of that. She was well enough aware of the boy's abilities to make friends with any sort of person, little did he know that she was one of these people. Yet, she did not sound entirely convinced that there was a benefit in allying with those from an entire other world, one which had no business in their affairs. Of course, he had to convince her otherwise. It was looking to be quite the task, which was in stark contrast to the impression Naruto had given him when they had first discussed the matter. Ba-chan will do it, I know she will, he had said, leaving no room for argument. Benedictus had believed him, merely because he had been in no position to contest. Now he was, and had the boy been there, he would have contested quite a bit. Had he been fond of proverbs, he would have believed this task to be likened to making a mountain crumble with a gust of wind. But, while wind could not immediately break a mountain, it could gradually wear it away, and that's what he hoped to do. Yes, he said, leaning forwards and smiling at the middle-aged woman under the guise of youth. An alliance between two different worlds entirely, an alliance which will no doubt benefit both of us greatly. Is that so? Tsunade said, her honey brown eyes affixing themselves to his shining gold ones. He was disheartened for a moment. The woman's eyes were like gemstones, durable and pretty, yet allowing one to see almost straight through. She was making her skepticism no secret to him. So you keep saying, yet I still fail to see how. We have the powers of 8 countries allied to us at the moment, including our own, he said, leaning back slightly, and gripping the arms of his chair. That is a phenomenal feat, by any standards, and each country possesses its own resources, its own armies, and its own trade system. Each can be governed independently, and each is essentially self-sustaining, yet if a link was forged, we could create something far greater than 8 separate countries. As it stands, there is an enormous potential that we must seize and cultivate. Precisely, said Tsunade. So what does that have to do with this village? Simple. It is due to the connection that each of these 8 countries has to this village, through one simple factor, Naruto. Because of this factor, which essentially formed the basis for our alliance, I believe we can forge an interdimensional alliance, the first of its kind. How would this benefit you, you ask? Quite simply really, I am told you have enemies. Tsunade narrowed her eyes a bit. No doubt Naruto had told him a few things about their past troubles, then. Yes, she said, I am well aware that as a village, you are one of the most powerful and have already many alliances in your own world. But I am told that your enemies are quite strong, and even more elusive. While I'm certain you could handle it on your own, would it not be simpler to accept the power of 8 other countries in order to aid you? There are many things already that we have to offer you, technologies yet to be discovered, arts of battle that have yet to be tapped, resources that have not been discovered or do not exist here, warriors ready and willing to aid at any point. What is there to lose? Quite a bit, said Tsunade, her voice harsh and stark as a winter-kissed tree. True, there are many enemies that pose a threat to the leaf, and also true, we have many alliances here already. But what you don't seem to realize is the impracticality of such an alliance, as well as the long-term effects. Up until this point, I wasn't aware that there were other humanoids, or even other worlds out there. Introducing such a shock to our world is a bit much, wouldn't you say? It would, and I have no doubt about this, cause problems in the future. Not everybody is tolerant, you must realize. Also, opening trade between 2 worlds seems pointless and far too much trouble for what it's worth. Not only that, but this poses another problem. If we were to ally with you, that would require us to aid you in battle, would it not? Benedictus nodded slowly. You're asking me to send shinobi, loyal, hard-working shinobi, with families here who have lived their entire lives in this village, dealing in their own ways with its own wars and matters, to a world that none of them have heard of, and thus know nothing about. Who have no idea of the prejudices of that world, the meanings behind the wars and battles, the terrain, the people, essentially everything. You're asking me to send them there, for I assume that you're making this proposition because you're in need of as much help as you can get, to die for causes, for people and for things that will never have an impact on them or their lives here. Don't you think that's selfish? The people of this village have dealt with many things in the past few years, and we already live in a harsh and unforgiving world. There is hardly a time when we aren't at war with some village or another, and more of the shinobi of this village lose their lives because of it. They do it happily, because they want to protect this village with their lives, but asking them to fight for something that really doesn't have anything to do with this village, how the hell do you think that's fair? We would reciprocate the actions, as I said, Benedictus started, but was suddenly cut off, as Tsunade stood. I could care less. As you have also said, we have plenty of alliances, powerful alliances, that have and could continue to help us against our own enemies. As for trade, we don't particularly need a better economy. As it is, the shinobi village system functions on a mission-based system. It exists to take the requests of others and make them happen, whether it be as simple walking the family dog or assassinating a high-class aristocrat in some city somewhere. We function fine like that, and adding any more to it seems pointless and silly, like giving more sake to an already drunk person. Benedictus nodded calmly, speaking no words. Tsunade continued on, hardly noticing the gesture. What you're asking is for us to involve yourself in your politics, for your reasons alone. You're asking us to fight in your wars, and even bring upon us the wrath of your enemies. That hardly seems fair, now does it? Benedictus sighed, and nodded. He had considered all of this, but had been hinging on the knowledge that Naruto had absolute faith in this woman. He waited for her to continue her denouncements, but she did not. Instead, she sat down again, rested her chin upon her laced hands and looked at him squarely. Something had changed in her eyes, as if the dead tree before had once again begun to blossom, and with it, so did his hopes. But Naruto seems to think differently of all this, she said, slowly. Benedictus waited. Perhaps it's because he went there, and fought in your battles and helped create this alliance of yours, but he seems to think that an alliance is completely worthwhile. I doubt, highly, that he put any consideration into everything I just said. He rarely does such things, and that's something he needs to work on in the future, if he wants to take my position. She shook her head, smiling ruefully, as if remembering a joke told long ago. He's an idiot when it comes to things like politics, but that's not his style, now is it? He doesn't do things as I do, or even any of the past Hokages. His talents have always shown themselves in his ability to make loyal friends of nearly everyone he meets. That's why I'm not completely chucking this whole idea out the window, old man. He clearly made friends and allies in all of you guys, and knows instinctively the benefits that would come with this alliance. Naruto's not a complete moron. He might have known that I'd be this reserved for it, at first. This made Benedictus stifle a snort, wondering if she truly knew the boy as well as she thought she did. But in the end, she continued. He still supports it, and believes I should as well. I see both the benefits and the costs, and at the moment, I cannot decide which outweighs the other. Aside from this, it isn't my decision alone to make. The Konoha Council of Elders has to hear this proposition as well, and I guarantee that they will have the same reservations as I did. Hell, they'd hardly consider it, if I weren't here. I see, said Benedictus, nodding, the weathered smile on his face once more, with his eyes shining brightly again. He smoothed out the folds in his robes and leaned forwards again. So I am intrigued. A mite, she said. She leaned back, crossing her arms over her chest. Though I'm surprised you haven't caught on to the second option, one I'm sure would be in your best interests to make. Oh, said Benedictus, blinking a few times. A second option you say? He sat and frowned for a moment, thinking hard on her words, past and present. Then the solution struck him, in the midst of this revision. A smile, quite conspiratorial, appeared on his face, and he leaned in, lifting a hand to stroke his beard. That option, then? Yes, said Tsunade, giving him a nod and an almost serpentine smirk. But it'll cost you, I'll have you know. Oh indeed, said Benedictus. But as you said, this would indeed be in our best interests. Has it been done before? No, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. You're quite the agreeable woman, Lady Tsunade. So I'm not a snake in human form. What are you talking about? Team 7 is officially reformed, said Kakashi. A week had passed since Kakashi's test of their abilities, and the 3 remaining members of Team 7 now sat upon the stools at Ichiraku's. Naruto was inhaling his ramen with the force of a black hole, as if to make up for the years of it he had missed. Kakashi sat in front of a completely empty bowl, having somehow eaten his food in the span of 3 seconds, without Naruto or Sakura catching sight of his masked face. Sakura was making her way slowly through her own ramen, as a normal person might. Almost, Naruto said, without looking up from his ramen. Kakashi paused, rethought his words, and then nodded in agreement. You're right, almost, he amended. I just heard it from Tsunade-sama this morning. When do we begin missions again? Said Sakura, who had heard nothing from her master regarding their team. Not that she'd had much chance. Tsunade-sama seemed extra busy, and Shizune had taken to overseeing her training sessions for the past week. Soon, I would imagine, said Kakashi, his voice carrying the slight weight of mystery. Both Naruto and Sakura noticed it, and turned to look at him oddly. He wasn't looking at them, however. Naruto, Sakura suddenly said, glancing at her teammate. Have you seen that old man of yours, Benedictus, yet? I haven't heard anything about him since he arrived. Naruto nodded. I've seen him a few times. He met with Ba-chan last week, and since then he's been wandering around doing whatever the hell he feels like. I don't see him much, but he says he has some good news that he needs to tell Kira-chan, so he'll be going back soon. He hasn't told you the news? Nope, Naruto said, with a frown of irritation. He hasn't told me Ba-chan's answer yet. It's annoying. Answer to what? Sakura asked, giving Naruto a pointed glare. You've been saying that he's been here for a reason, yet you haven't told us that reason. She crossed her arms for added effect, something that made Kakashi inwardly chuckle. The look that Sakura was now giving Naruto was enough to make most men break, given that they knew of her strength, but it would be twice as effective on Naruto, who cared quite a bit for Sakura, and also had first-hand experience to what could happen if he said the wrong thing. A moment later, predictably, Naruto split it all. That makes sense, now that I think about it, muttered Sakura, bothered by her short-sightedness. Do you think Tsunade-sama accepted? That could be the good news, couldn't it? Naruto nodded, crossing his arms. It could be, but that doesn't explain why neither of them will tell me. I'm a part of it too, you know. Sakura nodded. She had not heard much of her master in the past week. The woman was never in her office, and whenever they did meet, Tsunade was always rushing from one place to another like a frantic rat trapped in a maze. It could be that she was busy trying to get this alliance that Benedictus had proposed to be accepted by the Council of Konoha. That would make sense, though the Hokage was the ruler of the village, and had command over its shinobi and much of its political and economical dealings. The Council of Konoha played a role as well. Whenever a decision had to be made that was great enough to affect the entire village, the council was always involved in some way or another. They were often at odds with Tsunade, from what Sakura had experienced. Whenever a member of the council came to speak with Tsunade, it would usually end up in a heated argument, which would end with the council member hobbling off or Tsunade hitting something to make them leave. Tsunade could not stand the council, whom she regarded as a group of elitist old fools whose brains had rotted away along with their bodies. Indeed, the council held entirely outdated and traditionalist views that many disagreed with nowadays. They still held the belief that the hidden stone was their enemy, when indeed they had not been at war with that village for many years, and had made peace since. They still believed that the fire daimyo principally held the power in the fire country, when in fact many now regarded that the position of daimyo is outdated. It was a figurehead position that in the past had controlled the economy and status of the entire country, while the shinobi village dealt entirely with its own affairs and only aided the daimyo when the capital city was threatened. In recent times, however, the fire country was governed principally by the Hidden Leaf, and hence the Hokage. The current daimyo seemed to accept this, and spent much of his time traveling the countryside or holding festivals around his castle. He left the affairs of the country entirely to Tsunade, something that didn't bother her or anybody else. They believed it practical, as the life of a shinobi was a dangerous and unpredictable one, but more so that the age had been younger for almost the entirety of the Hidden Leaf's history. Lately many held the belief that anything below 16 was far too young, even when it concerned clan politics. Hyuga Hiyashi was among these, surprisingly, and didn't intend to marry off either of his daughters until they were of the appropriate age. They saw anything that differed from the traditions of the Leaf, no matter how barbaric, as wrong. Or, in Tsunade's belief, they feared change. If this alliance was being put to the council, then it was no wonder Tsunade was working so hard. She would need to do everything possible in order to get the council to accept it, for such a change was immense and unheard of. An alliance with another world. It sounded preposterous, singularly because Sakura hadn't been aware of another world for the entirety of her life until Naruto had been dragged there. She had been prepared for it, but nobody else, aside from Naruto's friends and allies, knew that this was so. Once everyone found out, it would spread throughout the world. Sakura herself would find no matter in it, for she knew of that world's existence already. But the situation would not be without its problems, that much she knew. In fact, in her eyes, it would pose a great many problems in the future. It would be quite the change. Naruto suddenly hopped off his stool, pulling Sakura from her many thoughts. He had finished his ramen. Well, I'm off to see Iruka-sensei. He told me to come by the academy today. See you. Bye, Naruto, Kakashi said, with a lazy wave. See you later, Sakura called after him. I'd best leave as well. I have a prior engagement, said Kakashi, suddenly vanishing in a whirl of white smoke. Sakura was then alone, with the sudden realization that neither Naruto nor Kakashi had paid. I'll put it on their tabs, said Ayame, with a wink and a smile to the pink-haired girl. So much for chivalry, huh? Yes, said Sakura, rubbing her temples in exasperation. So much. The past week for Naruto has been memorable. The Monday following his return, after the bell test with Kakashi, Naruto had spent the majority of it at Ichiraku's, gorging himself on ramen and talking with Ayame, Tsuki and Sakura. Kakashi had vanished, saying that he had things to do, being as vague as always, but not before giving Naruto some money to pay for their food, calling it a reward for their good work. So Naruto didn't plan to leave until all of that money was gone, and he was sufficiently satiated. There was still a lot to talk about, too, with Tsuki and Ayame, who had hired 2 part-time workers that only filled in when Ayame or Tsuki was away. His talks with Sakura generally consisted of her work with Tsunade, which while Naruto didn't understand too well, was interesting nonetheless. After seeing Kira on multiple occasions use medical jutsu to better the lives of others, Naruto had become fascinated by it. They had spent so long there that it was no surprise when Iruka suddenly showed up, deciding to pop in for a quick bite to eat after his classes. My gosh, is that really you, Naruto? He had cried, upon sighting the blonde and all his changes. The two had immediately fallen back into their previous relationship, when he and Naruto had gone out almost every day for ramen at some point. Sakura had smiled and watched as Iruka and Naruto talked, Naruto blabbering about some experience or another in the other world of Azeroth, vastly exaggerating in the most obvious way on some points, while Iruka watched and laughed and occasionally chastised. Sakura thought it more like a relationship between siblings than friends, Iruka the concerned elder, Naruto the impetuous younger. But it was a relationship that Naruto nonetheless deserved. Having gone through his life without a family or guidance, Iruka was a perfect match for him. To see them in such a state was heartwarming, and Sakura had noticed that Iruka was looking happier than he had in months. The man had missed Naruto as much as Naruto had missed him. It was not long before Iruka moved on, telling Naruto to keep in touch and visit him sometime at the academy. By the time they had finished talking, it had been late, and so Naruto had eaten another bowl and then parted ways with Sakura, returning to his apartment. There he had met his landlady and her husband once again, and had been forced into having tea with the two of them. Their quirks, the husband, Kentai and his amazing laziness and perverted sense of humor, and the wife, Maga, with her severe countenance and strong will, had immediately tried to resituate themselves in Naruto's life. They had never done so much before, but Naruto found it a pleasant experience and promised that he would talk with them more often. He did remember their kindnesses in the past. The next day had begun well. Naruto had planned to seek out and surprise some of his old friends, other members of the Rookie Nine, a task that had turned out to be quite difficult. Indeed, he had spent the majority of the morning trying to find any trace of them. He went to all of the barbecue restaurants he knew of to seek out Choji. He visited the Nara residence, where Shikamaru's kind mother had told him that Shikamaru was not there at the moment. He had gone near the Inuzuka's residence only to be driven away by a pack of guard dogs who didn't seem to like his scent. He had visited some of the training grounds in search of Lee or Guy, but found no trace. He had visited a weapons shop in search of Tenten. Despite not knowing her very well, he had dared attempting to approach the Aburame residence, but quickly retreated when he was greeted by a hulking man dressed in so much clothing that he could only see parts of skin around his eyes. And he had even gone so far as to check the Hyuga clan residence. He had been forced out immediately for his uncouth appearance and had been ordered not to return. So grumbling, he had returned to Ichiraku's to rest and recharge, and there he was pleasantly surprised to find two of the friends he sought. Shikamaru, Choji, he had called. Shikamaru hadn't changed much. To Naruto's eyes, he still had the lazy frown, the slouching posture, and the same pineapple-shaped hairdo that signified him as Shikamaru. But he had grown taller, now wore the more official-looking outfit of a typical Chunin, and gave Naruto the impression that he had gotten stronger. Choji, on the other hand, had changed quite a bit. Aside from the bright smile and kind eyes of before, he now stood several inches higher than Naruto and had grown even bigger in the other direction. But aside from the beanbag impression he had given Naruto before, the boy now seemed as solid and strong as a small mountain. He wore deep red armor and had hair that flowed down past his shoulders. What the hell, Naruto? This was the surprise Ino was talking about. Shikamaru had said, in that bored drawling voice. Whoa, it is you, Naruto. It's been forever, hasn't it? Choji had said. His voice had changed a little as well, becoming deeper and more resounding. Geez, you guys have definitely changed. Naruto had said, looking over the two in great surprise and detail. I almost didn't recognize you, Choji, in that armor. And Shikamaru's starting to look like a hard worker, he sniggered. It's something my dad made, grinned Choji. Shut up, said Shikamaru, sighing irritably, as if insulted. Naruto took a seat, and at once they began to converse. Naruto teased Shikamaru for his position as academy teacher and how he was probably going to single-handedly annihilate the future shinobi of Konoha by telling them how boring and lame it is to be a shinobi, and that it's much better to watch clouds and complain. Shikamaru had rolled his eyes, muttered something rude under his breath, while Choji had laughed himself hoarse. It's funny because it's true, he later said. Naruto, of course, nearly made the mistake of calling Choji even fatter than before, but caught himself in the last moment, having been away from Konoha for so long, yet having his friends nearly always on his mind, had taught him to be more careful with their respective sensitivities. But he also learned something rather annoying and depressing. They're not here, Naruto had muttered, slumping in his seat. Where the hell are they? On missions, moron, said Shikamaru, after a yawn. Hinata, Shino and Kiba's group are on a mission with Kurenai-sensei, somewhere in the water country, while Lee, Neji and Tenten's group are somewhere near the swamp country. They probably won't be back for a couple of days, at the earliest, as those lands are pretty far away. Neji's group will probably return a little earlier, as they started their mission 2 weeks ago. Naruto sighed, annoyed that he wouldn't get to see his other friends for another few weeks. He had been so looking forward to seeing and perhaps fighting Kiba and Neji, especially now that the latter was joining. But, realizing that nothing would change that fact, he accepted it. What were a few more days, anyways? After eating a few servings of ramen, the group of three left the restaurant and took a long walk. Shikamaru and Choji, though Shikamaru attempted to hide it, listened in rapt awe to Naruto's descriptions of the places he had been, and the things he had seen. Choji sounded particularly interested in the various foods Naruto had tasted in Azeroth, while Shikamaru asked a few questions about the similarities between several of the cities Naruto had been to that shared beliefs, social structures, and even economics in the Leaf and other villages in their world. Naruto didn't take much interest in such things, so Shikamaru got few answers. He did, however, find interest in many of the things Naruto said nonetheless. The lands Naruto had visited sounded so vast and so different that what imagination Shikamaru had went wild, and some part of him suddenly wanted to see these places, in all the glory Naruto spoke of. In turn, Naruto learned a lot about their training and schedules since he had left. He learned that both Ino and Choji had become Chunin at the previous exam, several months prior to Naruto's return, the very same that Sakura had been promoted at. Since then, he learned that Shikamaru had been busy with teaching, and Choji with training. Ino had begun practicing medical jutsu, even going so far as to learn a few things from Sakura. That day ended with their parting, and Choji's suggestion that he should join them in training one day. Naruto readily accepted, not wanting to miss a chance to show off the cool techniques he had learned in Azeroth. Shikamaru had simply said that he'd have to play a game of shogi with him one day, before both had left and Naruto had returned to his apartment and to sleep. The rest of the week passed quickly. Naruto spent his time with Sakura and Kakashi, sometimes training in teamwork with both of them, for now Kakashi doubled as both teacher and comrade, sometimes just enjoying their company. It was almost like old times, Sakura berating Naruto for some stupid comment or lewd remark and shaking her fist at Kakashi for reading Ika Ika Paradise in their presence, but also laughing at Naruto's jokes and learning about his travels and growing more and more interested, in that female sense of the word, by this girl he had met, Kira, though she did not know why, and simply being there with him. Naruto would train hard, eat lots of ramen, and occasionally irritate Sakura with his words or actions, without meaning to. Kakashi would smile at both of them, be as cryptic as he could about his own affairs, and seem to read the same volume of Ika Ika Paradise that he always had. In the end, Naruto couldn't have asked for a better week. It seemed almost too perfect, for he had never enjoyed himself as much as he had in a long time. In that time, too, he met with Benedictus, finding out that he and Tsunade had reached a conclusion, yet refused to tell him a word of it. "It's a surprise, my boy, one that you will find out soon enough, I dare say. Do not worry, it's something quite good. So good, in fact, that I must return with haste to Stormwind to bring this news to Kira. Perhaps you and your friends might accompany me, when the time comes." Naruto's frown broke at the news. "Definitely. They will probably want to see everything, now that I've told them about it." It then repaired itself. "But why the hell can't you tell me? Because that would be like telling you what's in your Winter Veil present, now wouldn't it?" What the hell is Winter Veil? While it irritated him that Benedictus would not tell him the full news, he had settled simply to wait. As it was good news, he knew that Tsunade had accepted on some level, and so that gave him comfort. But on hearing this, he began to wonder, with each passing day, what was happening back in Stormwind. He began to wonder what Kira was doing at points, or where Kylea was, or where the rest of his friends were in the actions they were taking to build support for the Alliance. He also wondered about the problems they faced, for he knew that there would be many. Is it more bad news, Captain? Kira stood at the edge of a young man's bed, with one hand hovering over his forehead. A blue light flowed from it, and the man's features, before twisted into a hedge of pain and delirium, now soothed and peaceful, and fast asleep. The man had been nearly killed by a gnoll outside the city, on his way back from one of the villages tucked away inside Elwyn Forest. He had been brought to her by a pair of orcs. Captain Eric Schneider gave her a quick bow, and then followed it by a small nod and a distressed look. Kira sighed, and moved her hand away. The man was as peaceful as needed for him to rest, and so she could do nothing else. She turned away, and walked past Schneider. "We'll find somewhere else to discuss it, Captain." Captain Eric nodded. Kira rarely called him by that title, preferring instead to call him Sir Eric or simply Eric. Yet, over the past few days, things had been happening that were testing the young girl's nerves at every point. She had become less open and friendly as a result, and had begun acting more like a queen. Eric was not sure if he liked the change. While it was proper for someone of her status to call him by his title and his title only, he had gotten rather used to her friendly greetings. They were not huge problems, thankfully. A fight had broken out in one of the smaller inns near the perimeter of the city, between a troll and two humans. It culminated in the troll using one of his tusks to stab one of the humans, nearly killing him, before the rest of the pub, mostly consisting of humans, had leapt upon the troll and beaten him to the point of near death. The Stormwind Guard had rushed in at that point and quelled the fight, which had still been raging between the humans and the other former horde occupants of the room. Nobody was killed, but when Kira had heard the report she had grown both angry and distressed. It had taken Kylea and Eric himself to calm her down, and convince her that such events occurred all the time between members of the same race, and it didn't matter if it had occurred between a troll and some humans. But Eric knew that she had grown angrier because an illusion of bliss had been shattered, and she now knew that not everything was idyllic and peaceful within her city. There had been a few other such events: 2 orcs getting drunk and vandalizing a gnome's house, a tauren getting into a fist fight with a dwarf, some night elves taunting a group of trolls with racial slurs and threats of violence. Each event, while small-scale, was a blow to Kira's perfectly sculpted dream of the future, and yet she knew she could do nothing about any of them. Though she had indeed been convinced that such things were bound to happen, she had grown harder and more queenly of late, as if the friendliness everyone had become so accustomed to was being bled from her, from many tiny, invisible wounds. They found an empty room, the very same empty room that Benedictus had occupied a while ago, and Kira sat down with a great sigh. Her shoulders sagged under an immense weight, and when she looked up at Sir Eric, he was surprised but almost relieved to find that she had tears in her eyes. "Milady," he asked, stepping forwards. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she said, suddenly blushing and wiping away her unshed tears. "Forgive me, Sir Eric, but these past few days have been getting to me." She looked so alone, sitting there. "You must be strong, milady," he said, falling to one knee. "But I will do whatever I can to ease whatever burden you are carrying." She smiled at him, and once again he was relieved. "You could make this bad news about you. Tell me good news, if possible." Sir Eric looked away. "If only I could, milady." "Then speak it," she said, sitting up straight, and adopting the cultured, passive and regal look of before. Sir Eric nodded, and removed a scroll tucked away in the back of his belt. He stood, unfurling it, and took a deep breath that shuddered slightly as he exhaled. Yesterday, the citizens of Terran Mill and South Shore became aware of plumes of smoke in the distance, high in the mountains. A party was dispatched from each town, and climbed the mountains that the smoke was appearing from. At midday, they reached the entrance to the hidden headquarters of the Ravenholt Assassins League, Ravenholt Manor, and upon entering found it to be utterly destroyed. With this, Kira's pretty eyes grew wide. She knew enough about the Ravenholt assassins to know that they were among the most powerful and skilled of hired mercenaries, and accepted only the most difficult and high-paying jobs. Her father and her grandfather had used their services on many occasions. If you wanted something stolen, killed, or spied upon, it was them that was called, for they always made absolutely sure the job got done. Upon close inspection of the ruined manor, they found nearly every member slain in a most brutal manner. Even the leader of the league, Lord Jorik Ravenholt, lay dead in the ruins of his manor. There was only one survivor, who lay on the grounds of the manor, unconscious and unable to be roused, but still breathing, an orc called Master Kong, who trained many of the new league members but rarely took jobs himself, according to several honorary members of the league. Though the entire area was searched, no trace was found of the perpetrators. It was at first believed to be members of the syndicate, who have a long-standing rivalry with Ravenholt, but their normally occupied headquarters of Durnhold Keep was found to be empty, and had been so for some time. None of the Forsaken could find a smell trail, and thus the pursuit was abandoned, and Master Kong was taken to Terran Mill. He now rests there, but has yet to wake, and thus no information can be gotten from him. Sir Eric finished reading, lowered the scroll, and fell to one knee. He did not meet her eyes. But Kira, though distressed, felt little pain over the news, and far more did she feel great confusion. It did not make sense. Why was the syndicate, if indeed it was they who had committed this crime, acting up of late? And what of the Defias Brotherhood? What linked these two organizations, and was causing them to make such frequent raids, and even now making them attack and successfully eliminate a rival faction, one that had existed perhaps as long as they had and had never been attacked before? What also was giving them the power to do such a thing? It had always been widely regarded that the syndicate was inferior in strength and skill to the Ravenholt Assassins League, and even if they were to make an attack, they would likely not succeed. And if they had, they would not be able to do it without cost, and she saw no way they could have dragged every one of their comrades' bodies and put them in a place where no Forsaken could smell them, and do it before the two parties had arrived. "Sir Eric," she said, softly. "What do you think of this?" Sir Eric lifted his head, to meet her eyes. Filled with regal strength that shined like diamonds, like her father's had once had, Sir Eric felt his heart lift in seeing them. "I don't know, milady," he said. "There are many things that seem wrong about this entire event, and it makes me wonder what type of enemy has the power to successfully defeat nearly every one of the Ravenholt members and not suffer any losses themselves. It suggests that they are either so numerous and so skilled that they overwhelm the Assassins League, and because of their numbers were able to take what members had perished and flee as quickly as they had come, or that they were very few, and those few possessed such monstrous strength that not even the Lord of the Assassins League could match their powers. What do we do about it?" Kira then asked. "I cannot say, at this moment, milady. The best recourse would be to wait for Master Kong to awaken, and hear what he has to say. There is nothing more we can do at this moment." Kira gave a solemn nod. "Thank you, Sir Eric." She gave him a smile then. "I look forward to the day when all of this bad news is exhausted, and I can finally listen to some good news." He smiled back at her, though he kept his head low to hide it. He then looked up, drawing forth another scroll from his belt. "Today's bad news is exhausting, milady, and it just so happens that I have some other news to give you. I cannot say if it is bad or good, so I will let milady decide." He unfurled it, coughed, and read, in the style of a telegram, printed neatly and mechanically by one of the gnome's machines, from High Tinker Mechatork stop to Lady Kira Rin stop. Lady Kira, stop going to be making a trip stop across the portal stop to greet the leader stop of the village we are closest to stop. Naruto stop asked me to stop he knows someone stop from the village stop who is a friend stop. He believes stop that agreement stop can be made to stop build protection stop for the portal and bring more allies stop into the new alliance stop. More portals stop may follow stop. It was as if he stood at the edge of the horizon, for he saw and felt the warmest smile rise onto Kira's face, like a sun rising to meet the day. "Thank you, Sir Eric. Rise and shine, Naruto." Ga. It took Naruto a moment after uttering the short exclamation and falling to the floor, to realize that his heart was still beating, despite the absolute terror that he had just felt. Upon opening his eyes he had seen Kakashi's face, mere inches from his own, while the rest of the Junin crouched upon his bed like some creepy pervert in the process of doing something quite against the law. Naruto had then fallen out of bed from the sudden shock, and was now curled into a ball against the wall, staring at Kakashi with wide and frightened eyes. "Did I frighten you?" Kakashi asked, smiling behind his mask and giving a small chortle. "Yes," the blonde snapped. I never want to wake up with your creepy masked face right next to mine. That's weird, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi nodded. Duly noted. Hurry up and get dressed, we needed to be at the training fields half an hour ago. Bastard! Naruto yelled, leaping to his feet and rushing to pull on the clothes that he had left in a heap upon the floor. Kakashi waited patiently, gazing around Naruto's bedroom for a moment, as he had not had a chance to earlier. It was a small room, covered in a layer of fine dust likely from its disuse, with white walls, a small bed in one corner, a small bedside table, and a dresser in another corner. There was a window just above Naruto's bed, where several potted plants lay, perfectly healthy and drinking in the light of the morning sun. No doubt Naruto's landlady had come in to water them several times, or else they wouldn't have survived his absence. He turned back to Naruto, just as the blonde tugged on the black jacket that he had worn since he had returned. It went down to the middle of his thighs, and had long flaring sleeves and a collar that barely reached his chin. It appeared to be made of leather or something similar, but looked of much higher quality than Naruto could afford. Within there were many pockets to keep weapons or supplies. That's a nice jacket, Kakashi commented, peering at it closely as Naruto pulled on his toeless boots. Where'd you get it? Naruto grinned at him. It was a gift from some of my friends. It's made out of dragon hide. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh, does that make it special? Naruto nodded. Very. It's a lot more durable than most stuff. It blocks a kunai pretty easily, and it's very fire resistant, too. Besides, doesn't it look awesome? Very, Kakashi agreed, smiling. Let's get going, shall we? Naruto lifted his kodachi and nodded. The two of them exited Naruto's apartment, with Naruto speeding hurriedly in front of Kakashi, while the Junin walked leisurely along. At many points during their trip Naruto needed to stop and glare at the man until he caught up. Kakashi was unbothered by Naruto's constant attention, and took his time. Thus they were over an hour late by the time they reached a large expanse near the edge of the village, where there were few trees and no sign of civilization. Kakashi had booked the training area for the next few weeks, seeing as how it would be needed for Naruto's extensive training. Yesterday Tsunade had told Kakashi that Naruto's training with Tenzo would begin the following morning. It would last until Naruto had a sufficient grasp of the Kyuubi's chakra, which would allow him to use it functionally during battle. From there, he could simply do it himself. So Kakashi had agreed and contacted Tenzo, telling him that they'd meet him at the training area at exactly 7 o'clock on Monday morning. They arrived at 8:15, to find Tenzo standing alone, in the middle of the field, looking quite displeased with his senpai and new student's tardiness. You're late, Kakashi-senpai, you're too Naruto-kun. That's not the way to make a good impression on your new teacher, now is it? His face had darkened considerably, transforming once more into the strange corpse-like, wide-eyed glaring demon that Naruto had seen before at his house. The blonde backed away, shivering from the glare, while Kakashi just rolled his eyes. Sorry, Tenzo, but we had. Actually, Kakashi-senpai, it's Yamato now. From now on, please refer to me as Yamato. The glare melted away, replaced by a stern, serious face that suggested the matter of his name was of the utmost importance. Yamato, said Kakashi, frowning. Why's that? The mission I was given has two parts, said Yamato. The first part is training Naruto-kun, and the second part begins once the first part is over. I'm afraid I can't tell either of you more details at this moment, so forgive me. He gave a bow to both of them to suggest his apologies. Naruto shrugged, a little curious about the mission, but not curious enough to further prod the man and risk getting the creepy glare again. Kakashi gave a nod, understanding Yamato's position perfectly. He then turned back to Naruto. Before I leave the training to Tenzo here, he said, ignoring Yamato's twitch of annoyance, you must know that the training you are about to go through might be difficult or easy, depending on how you take it. However, once you have gained a sufficient grasp on it, I might have a way to make it go exponentially faster. I won't tell you now, because at this point in time it wouldn't be of much use, and it'd be far more dangerous to your Intenzo's health. Learn how to use the Kyuubi's chakra to the best of your abilities, and when you've done that, I'll be back to show you something else, a way of training that only you'll be able to use. Naruto blinked. That only I can use? Yes, said Kakashi. He turned back to Yamato. I leave it to you. He spun and walked over to one of the few trees that populated the area, a large oak, and sat beneath it. At once the book came out, and Kakashi was lost in his perverted fantasy world. Naruto immediately turned to Yamato. Then let's get going. Yamato nodded, taking a final look in Kakashi's direction. He certainly knows how to motivate. Okay Naruto. The first thing you need to do is begin to draw the Kyuubi's chakra from beneath the training seal. Draw as much as you can manage without it hurting you. Naruto nodded, and wove his hands into a basic seal before his chest. He took a deep breath, and began to draw the insidious red chakra from deep within its prison. It came out as easily as a boulder surrounded by hard earth, at first. And Naruto soon began to sweat. The chakra began to flow throughout his body, then, alongside his own chakra, but moving faster and more fluidly. He felt his body growing stronger, in the form of a slight heat that began to build up in his stomach and limbs. But continuing to draw it out was like tensing a muscle, and before long he didn't believe he could do it any longer. That is when Yamato began. The Anbu sat cross-legged on the ground, and made a seal. Around him, 4 large wooden posts erupted, shaped like the heads of dogs. Atop the heads of these wooden dogs burned a bright yellow flame, as Yamato thrust out his palm, where a single word in kanji had been written. And suddenly, it became easier. The chakra, once like squeezing honey from a hole as big as a needlepoint, which once through became as runny as water, now flowed as easily as from a tap and was as pliable as dough. It was marvelous, and for a moment, Naruto reveled in this feeling until Yamato shouted to him, "Mold it. You need to perform chakra control exercises, or else it won't do anything. Go, now." His voice sounded tense and urgent, so Naruto did what he was told so immediately. He pulled the chakra into his feet and attempted to jump with it, but he had gathered too much, and instead of pushing off the ground, he stuck fast to it, and fell with a crash. Yamato shook his head. I'm only controlling the bare minimum. It might feel like it's easy, but it isn't. You need to focus more, and relearn everything from the basics. And don't use too much of it at once. It's taking all I have to control it right now. Naruto stood up, panting, and nodded. He would not goof off. He walked towards the tree Kakashi was sitting beneath, and upon reaching it, took a breath and began gathering chakra once again into his feet. Kakashi did not look up from his book, but had listened to everything. That was exactly the reason he could not show Naruto his trick right now. The strain that it would put both parties under would be immense, and such a strain would be unnecessary if Naruto could control part of the chakra before he learned the trick. When the time came to teach it to him, he could also use it to teach Naruto one necessary skill that he had yet to fully understand, yet seemed to have a grasp of already. And at the moment, there was no pressing need for Naruto to learn things as swiftly as he could. They could afford to be patient, and do things the right way. Or so he hoped, for indeed, it would not be long before a pressing need would present itself. For hundreds of miles, the desert was perfectly uniform, one could walk its entire length and see nothing of interest or difference. They would see dunes of sand as high as mountains in some places, but these dunes were much the same as the dunes in other places, for they were the same color, and made of the same substance, and only differed slightly in height and slope. Of course, after walking in the desert for many hours, most men wouldn't notice this, and everything would simply blend into an endless sea of sun-baked sand as hot as a skillet, so bright that it was almost blinding and so disgustingly bland that what difference they saw next they would welcome with open arms, even if it was but a cactus or the carcass of some long-dead animal. But today, two very different things could be seen, walking this endless sea of fire, towards a massive pair of cliffs bleached bone-white by the sun. They shuffled along through the desert, walking at an almost languid pace across it, as if they did not feel the heat beneath their heavy cloaks and large wicker hats. The first of these figures stood tall and walked quickly and lightly, like a specter. It seemed to dance with each step, as if it could hardly contain some excitement. The high collar of its cloak obscured its face, leaving visible only one eye that was clear blue. A slight tune was hummed from beneath the large hat, deep and manly yet containing the qualities of cheer found only in young schoolgirls. The second of the figures was squat and grotesquely fat. It shuffled along like an old beggar, yet the first impression one got from seeing him was that of a fat old toad. The high collar of its cloak shrouded its face, like that of its companions, as well as the large, low-hanging hat it wore. It was completely silent. "We're almost there, Sasori-dana." "Yeah," the first figure said. "Yes. Do be quick about it, Deidara. I don't want this taking any longer than it has to. This place disgusts me," the second responded. "Don't worry, I do, after all, have to make a name for myself. I'll show them the beauty of my fleeting art, and as a tribute to you, Sasori-dana, make sure they don't forget it for a long time." A rush of hot air blew by Gaara's face. He stared out at the afternoon sky with his dull green eyes, bordered by vast black rings of sleeplessness, and thought. To those who knew him, it was not uncommon to find him in such a state. Ever since he had become Kakashi, nearly 4 months prior, after more than a year of blood and toil, he would often go out onto his balcony to think. And indeed, it was there on his balcony that he received many of his visitors. He did not get many visitors, however. Due to his reputation, no doubt, which though he had done quite a bit to rid himself of, still lingered like a rotten smell or a bloody stain. He knew that it would never fully fade, no matter what he did. But that didn't matter to him at the moment. In fact, it had become increasingly unimportant to him, as he settled into his role as Kakashi. He felt that so far he was doing an adequate job. He had already solved several economic problems. He had repealed a protective tariff that his father, the fourth, had placed on goods specifically being imported from the local nomads whom his father had apparently disputed with on many occasions. He had increased safety measures for merchants crossing the desert by mapping out more desirable routes, but had also increased the number of sentries along that route, to prevent enemies from taking advantage of it, and he was taking measures to slowly weed out the corruption of the bazaars in the poorer sections of the city, whereas his father had let them fester like gangrenous wounds. His actions so far had been applauded by all sides. The people found a wider variety of goods, at cheaper prices, and that were restocked faster. The Council of Sunagaku found his methods fair and practical, for he made most decisions using an objective mind unhindered by emotions, and his closest friends and family were continually dazzled by how much he had changed. Just 4 months ago, right after the Chunin exams, the council had approached Gaara. They had offered him the position of Kakashi, albeit reluctantly, for after reviewing his actions in the past year, they could no longer say that someone was better. After the ceremony, Gaara had gone straight to work, not just to better the lives of his citizens, but also to help obliterate any and all myths about him. He wanted to show them who he truly was. He wanted to show them that he deserved to be Kakashi, and that he would not fail in his duty to protect them. That was why he had sought the duty, because he felt he needed it. He needed to atone for what he had done, for the years of fear he had inflicted onto those he now considered as his loved ones, his precious people. Baki-sensei had told him that so far, he was doing an admirable job. Though Gaara accepted this praise, he would often wonder what Uzumaki Naruto thought. For it was Naruto who had shown him this path. It was Naruto who had made him realize, by defeating him in battle, that there were far better things than killing and bloodlust in this world, things that he had never noticed, and yet had always been by his side. No, they were people, not things, his brother and sister, Temari and Kankuro. They were precious people, those who meant more to him than any other. It stood to reason that he, of all people, should be able to see whether he was doing well or not. He would often wonder if he was truly gaining the respect and admiration of the people he desired it from or not. It could all be a facade, like that of Yoshimaru, his murderous uncle. He did not want to think like that, however. It was a disturbing thought, one from his darker days. No, he would trust them. Naruto had shown him that people could be trusted. And he would trust them back, because that was what friends did. He looked down on the city then. It was a bright and clear day, as hot as ever, but in his opinion it could not have been more beautiful. The sun reflected off the tan stone of the thousands of buildings he could see below him, and the entire city looked like an oasis. The sight of the city once would have made his blood boil and his eyes narrow. Now, it soothed his aches and warmed his heart, to see it at peace. He wondered if that's how Uzumaki Naruto felt when he saw Konoha. He smiled a little, watching the city. It did not fade when he heard the light, almost silent footsteps behind him, and felt a familiar presence. "Baki," he said, his voice still as soft as when he had returned from Konoha. Since then, nobody could ever remember Gaara raising his voice or adopting the ferocious growl he had used just before he'd kill someone. "Kasuke-sama," the dark-skinned Junin said, bowing to the far younger man. Baki wore a standard-issue sand Junin vest, the color of sand, over a light gray jumpsuit, but to distinguish himself, he wore a Hittite with a veil that covered one eye, instead of the standard regulation one, which had no veil. "How are you today?" Gaara asked, turning to look at the man, who had not risen from his bow. It was a question that never ceased to throw Baki off. He did not ever believe he'd get used to Gaara asking him how he was. He had learned eventually to accept a simple greeting, though that had taken the better part of 6 months. Gaara had been asking him how he was around that same time, and ever since he had always been caught off guard by the question. For the first few months he had stuttered meaningless drivel, but now he stayed silent and thought out his response as carefully as one might formulate a plan of attack. Somewhere in his mind he realized that no matter how he responded Gaara wouldn't mind, but it had become natural for him to be wary of Gaara. He was not the only one, of course. Yura, another of Gaara's advisors, who next to Baki spent the most time with Gaara, was as frequently baffled by Gaara's attempts at small talk as Baki. It was a continuing joke among them. There were only 2 people, possibly 4, if what Kankuro said was true, who had learned to deal with Gaara as one might a normal person. They were his brother and sister, Kankuro and Temari, and possibly 2 ramen chefs at a stand in the slums of the city whose names Baki did not know. He also vaguely remembered the pink-haired Leaf Nin spending some time with Gaara before he had become Kasuke, at the Chunin exams. Finding no holes in his response, Baki replied as easily as possible, "I am well, Kasuke-sama." "It is a beautiful day, isn't it?" "It is," Gaara agreed, turning briefly away from Baki, and back to the horizon. Baki noticed the slight curvature of Gaara's lips, and felt himself beginning to smile as well. Temari had been right. Though Gaara's smile was nothing like the searing grin of Uzumaki Naruto's, the boy responsible for Gaara's reformation, it was amazing in its own right, and one could not help but smile at it, especially if they had known Gaara beforehand. "You have news?" Gaara then asked, turning his eyes as swiftly as a raptor sighting movement. Baki instinctively stiffened at the gesture, but melted a little after. "Yes," he said, "you have visitors." "Who?" At this, Baki had to frown. It was not because he did not know, but it was because he was having trouble remembering how to pronounce their leader's name. It had been an odd sight to most of the staff in the Kasuke's tower to see 6 men the size of toddlers walk in, covered in dust and smelling of sweat and the desert, and asked to speak with the leader of the village, as well as a boy named Sabaku no Gaara. They had been quite surprised, obviously, to find out that they were one and the same. "It is a group coming from the desert," Baki said. "A little man who calls himself Mechatork leads them. He claims he is on a peacekeeping mission from Uzumaki Naruto, who has apparently returned to this world." Gaara did not react to the news, at first glance. But Baki had known his new face long enough to notice the slight widening of the eyes, the almost parting of the mouth, and the slight upward twitching of the lips. Gaara was indeed surprised, in a good way. What kind of peacekeeping mission? He says that he wishes to discuss that with you. Gaara gave a soft nod. Send them to my office, Baki. And inform Yura-san of the situation as well. He then swept past Baki before the man could blink, his blue and white robes billowing behind him. Of course, Kazekage-sama, he said, beginning to call his hands together and perform Shunshin no Jutsu to return to the bottom floor as swiftly as possible. Call me Gaara, Baki. You were my teacher, it is only proper. Baki faltered in the midst of his jutsu, looking back into the room, where Gaara was now seated at his desk. The young man had not looked at him, and was busy with some paperwork on the desk. Baki stared at Gaara a moment, and then smiled, and even let out a small chuckle before he finished the jutsu and vanished in a whirl of sand. Of course, Gaara-sama. You're late. Yura, Junin of the Sand, walked dazedly by the freshly slaughtered bodies of 15 of his fellow Junin, towards the two black-cloaked figures that stood before the entrance to the sand. On both sides of him towered walls of sun-yellow stone, artificially sculpted by some of the most powerful shinobi of the past, to protect the city that lay behind them from even the greatest of attacks. Of course it didn't truly matter if they were there or not, if their enemy could attack from the inside. Yura was a rather tall man, with a slim face bearing a small goatee and small black eyes. He wore a tan Junin vest, with a gray jumpsuit, and a standard-issue sand Hitai 8, from which a tuft of black hair shot at an angle across his right eye. He was dusty and covered in blood and gore, much of which was not his own. He let drop a kunai as he walked, drenched in blood and bearing bits of sliced bone and muscle. Yura did not think he would be in such a situation, not before today. He usually spent his days advising the new Kazekage, who in his personal opinion was doing quite a good job. Though originally, like many of the others, he had been skeptical of Gaara's ability. After all, he was the youngest Kage ever to have existed. He now regarded Gaara as something necessary for the village. The Yondaime Kazekage, Gaara's father, hadn't been the shining example of leadership. Yura had been a member of the Kazekage's advising council for nearly 4 years, and he could honestly say that Gaara was doing far better than his father had, and he had only been in power for a few short months. He listened to advice. He used his advisors in every way possible. He trusted them with the affairs of the city to the highest degree, something that the Yondaime had not. Perhaps, then, Yondaime had been wiser than his son. Yura had never intended for this to happen, to be sure. He had not even remembered such things until nearly half an hour ago, when his mind had been struck with a shocking pain. It had lasted for but a second, and after that second of thoughtless agony he had remembered. It was a curious feeling, to suddenly realize that after supporting the sand for many years, he would be the one to end up betraying it. Curious indeed. Earlier that afternoon, he had even met with the Kazekage briefly, to discuss a matter of security in the lower slums. Many merchants visiting the city were mugged or killed there, and rarely was there a shinobi around to do something about it. But Gaara had not begun their discussion the moment he had arrived. No, he had first asked how Yura's day had been. Yura's day, up until that point, had been fine. He had told Gaara so, and watched as the boy gave a small nod, and a little smile. Yura had smiled when Gaara had, for some odd reason, which he could no longer fathom. This was an almost daily ritual for them, he remembered. Ever since Gaara had been made Kazekage, and had begun spending more time with Yura, he had asked the Junin how his day had been. He never knew quite how to answer, a trait he shared with Baki. But he liked Gaara, so he answered to the best of his ability, even if it sounded strange and forced, though Gaara likely did not notice. The discussion had gone well, and Gaara had let Yura do most of the talking regarding the plan. At the end, Gaara had agreed with Yura's proposal, though had amended it in a few ways, reducing its cost and possibly increasing its effectiveness, in a way that Yura had not thought of. He had departed feeling very good about himself. He had also departed thinking that Gaara was that much better for the sand. Yura did not think of himself as evil. He knew he was a traitor, but that didn't bother him. He liked Gaara, and thought the young man an incredible benefit to the sand, but he had no qualms in what he was going to be doing. It was an odd duality, as if somehow his conscience and feelings of righteousness had been blown out like a candle. He had served the sand faithfully and had loved it and its people, which was odd, considering he was going to meet the men who would have it destroyed. And even more odd, was that he didn't know quite what love meant anymore. "Forgive me, Sasori-sama," he said, reaching the second figure, the short, horribly corpulent man dressed in black and red, whose eyes were just visible beneath the hat. They were small and cruel and shrunken, and had a strange glossy sheen to them. The taller of the two whistled. "I didn't think he'd be so powerful, Sasori-dana. Look how many he killed, yeah." The fat one ignored the taller one, and said to Yura, "You've done your duty. The alarm will not be raised, I trust." "No," Yura said, swiftly shaking his head and bowing again. "I have removed all chances of it being raised. At this time, Kazekage-sama should be in his office." "You still call him that?" snorted the wide one, "even though you've betrayed him?" "Forgive me," Yura said. "But I still have memories of the past. It is strange, I know that he will die, and I care nothing for it. Yet, I still call him Kazekage-sama. Perhaps it is a habit." He gave a little shrug, and looked away from the man, as if afraid his master would face him with angry eyes. "Whatever." The corpulent one turned around and looked at the tall one, who was digging around inside his cloak. Yura could see, concealed just beneath the flowing black material, on the man's left side, a small white pouch. The man was digging around inside of it, and a moment later, it came out, clutching a small white lump of matter. The man held it out in front of him, and Yura watched as it began to sink into his left hand. But that was not quite right. It was not sinking in, so much as being eaten. For on the man's palm, there was a mouth, about the size of Yura's own, there were no lips, gleaming white teeth, and a writhing pink tongue. Yura did not show surprise in seeing it. Why should he? One saw a lot of strange things, as a shinobi, and mouths upon someone's palms were not so strange in the grand scheme of things. Besides, he knew that as members of Akatsuki, these two were among the strongest shinobi in existence. As they were the best, they were allowed to have strange traits. The man closed the hand a bit, and Yura heard the gnashing of teeth as the hand-mouth chewed the white substance like gum for a moment. When he next opened his palm, the white substance had returned, but it was now a perfectly sculpted figurine of a bird with folded wings and head out. It was far from lifelike, possessing a particularly artificial artistic flair that resembled something drawn in a manga. But it was smooth and looked like it had taken quite a long time to create. The man tossed it into the air, and formed a seal with his right hand. The figurine exploded in a cloud of white smoke, which encompassed both black-cloaked men within a blink. But in the wildly unpredictable winds of the desert, it was soon blown away, revealing the taller of the Akatsuki members standing atop a much larger version of the figurine he had just created. But this time, it moved, turning its head with the swiftness of a bird's, to look at Yura, who flinched back in surprise at the sudden movement. The taller man had also removed his hat. Underneath was a feminine, smooth-looking face, topped by long blonde hair tied into a topknot in the back, and a long fringe that obscured his left eye. A hidden stone Hittite, marred across the middle, was tied to his head. "Do you like it, San-san? This is my special art project." "Yeah," the man said, smirking at Yura. "Just shut up and go, Deidara," said the fat one, in a snarl. "The sight of what you consider art bothers me quite a bit. I don't want to have to look at it longer than need be." "Sorry, Sasori-dana." "Yeah," the man, Deidara, said with a cheeky smile. "Then I'll just go and fetch the ikibi, shall I?" "Do it, quickly." Deidara gave a salute. "Yes sir." The model bird that he now stood on suddenly began to flap its wings, and at once took to the air, moving so fluidly that despite its looks, it might have been a real bird. It rose high into the sky, disappearing into some clouds, but moving in the direction of the Kazecage's tower. "I suppose it's unfortunate," Yura thought, as he stood next to his master. "He is a good person, but he was unfortunate enough to have the demon Shukaku sealed into him. Perhaps he was destined to be their victim. It doesn't matter, anyways. They'll find a new cage. Oddly, Yura felt nothing for his former leader, who was going to die. Well, maybe pity, but it was a fleeting feeling and gone by the time the summoned bird was out of sight. The room that Mekatork entered was large and circular, flooded with afternoon light from the great window opposite the door. Before this great window was a desk, made of a light wood and long enough to appear imposing. Sitting behind the desk in a large, red chair that only added to his importance was a very young man, perhaps Naruto's age. He had crimson-red hair and pale green eyes, with dark bags beneath them to show a serious lack of sleep. But contrary to this, he appeared calm and resolute and affixed Mekatork with eyes showing peace. The High Tinker was heartened by this fact. "Come in," the young man said, standing to meet the old gnome and walking around his desk in a show of politeness. Mekatork did so, closing the door behind and walking briskly on his tiny legs up to Gaara. He at once gave a bow, having learned it custom by Naruto to bow for greeting rather than shaking hands. "I am High Tinker Gelban Mekatork, king of the gnomes." Gaara gave a bow as well, comparatively as deep. "I am Gaara, god I'm cage of the hidden sand." Though the word, gnome, struck him as odd, he did not comment on it. "And friend of Uzumaki Naruto," said Mekatork, looking up and smiling. "I was rather surprised to hear that. I don't believe Naruto knows of your position." "He has returned?" Gaara asked, gesturing for the gnome to sit at one of the large chairs before his desk. Mekatork thanked him and easily lifted himself into the seat, while Gaara took his own seat behind the desk. "Indeed," the old gnome said, smiling heartily. "I take it then, he has not seen you." "No," said Gaara, "he hasn't." "Understandable. Having returned to his world, which he has been away from for more than a year, must have been on his mind. No doubt he wanted to see his home before his friend, yes." Gaara stared at the gnome for a moment. "We are not friends." "Why do you say that?" "The last time we met," said Gaara, calmly, "we were enemies." "He seems to think differently since," said Mekatork. "It was, after all, he who told me of you. He called you a friend, and spoke very highly of you. Do you not think of him as a friend?" Gaara didn't answer. It was a strange conversation to begin with, and he didn't know if he could put his thoughts into words. No, when he thought about it, he didn't think of Naruto as a friend. He thought of the blonde as something more, closer perhaps, someone to be admired, to look ahead to. Naruto had made such an impact upon his life. They had not met since that time they had fought. The last image of Naruto, etched into Gaara's mind forever, was that face of his, as he crawled towards Gaara. And those eyes of his. Eyes that Gaara wanted himself to have someday. Eyes full of life. Mekatork seemed to sense Gaara's predicament, and reacted accordingly. "But, as pleasant as Naruto is, that is not the reason I came. There is something that I must explain, and it might take some time to do so." "Do you have much time?" "I have enough to hear you speak," said Gaara, giving the gnome a tiny smile. "Excellent." Mekatork's tale was not quite long, but filled to the brim with knowledge that Gaara quite needed to know. He learned of a brief history of this other world that Naruto had spent so much time in, and what its current state of affairs was. He learned of the new alliance that Naruto had created through much blood and pain. He then learned of the portal, far to the west of the village, well out of way from any trading routes, the portal that had allowed Naruto to return, and that would allow anyone to travel to and fro between the worlds. While I am well aware that it is already in a place that most would not access, I would think it better for both of us if there was some sort of settlement protecting it. This would be of no cost to you, of course. I would provide materials and men. I was simply asking your permission, as it is technically within your territory. And should you decide that entering into this alliance is worth your while, it could also become the bridge of trade between the two worlds for your village. Of course, if you decide to decline, then we would not build any such settlement, and when not in use, we would close the portal." He peered at Gaara cautiously. The young man had made no movement, and showed no signs of disagreement or agreement. His face was a freshly washed chalk slate, blank of everything save the features it had come with. Am I to understand that Konoha will be entering into this alliance as well? Gaara finally asked. Quite possible. I know that another representative of our world, as well as Naruto, will no doubt attempt to convince the leader of that village to join. Whether she will or not, I have no idea. Gaara nodded. This is not a matter that I can simply choose to accept at this point. You understand that I must speak with my advisors, as well as the council, before I can authorize such a large-scale operation, that is concerning the alliance. I find myself agreeing with it and its cause, but I cannot be impulsive in this matter. I must also speak with Konoha about it. They are one of our allies, and hence must be told. But I can give you permission to protect this portal of yours. I would not advise you to begin construction, for it will take time for me to convince others of the benefits of this deal. In the meantime, I shall send a team to help protect it, and oversee it. Of course, said Mekatork, nodding his little head. You are a remarkably accepting leader, Lord Gaara. Not many would support a cause they know little about. Why so easily? If Uzumaki Naruto supports it, said Gaara, looking at the gnome passively. Then I have no doubt it is a good one. I trust him. Mekatork nodded softly. I am glad, but Naruto hardly factors into this situation. There are many things that could happen, that could put your village in danger due to the backlash. You must be willing to. I am, said Gaara, swiftly. And in the end, I still support it. I know what may happen. But I also know how I might react to those consequences. I will do anything to protect my people, and this village. But I have learned that trust can do much, and that is why I accept it so easily. I know that Uzumaki Naruto would not accept anything that would endanger this world. I have confidence in him. Mekatork paused, looking at the young cage, and then gave a little chuckle. He hopped from his chair. He is a remarkable boy, isn't he? He inspires such trust in so many. The old gnome gave a shake of his head. But I am glad that you are not doing something this impulsive. You have as much time as you like to decide, and as much time to discuss with your allies and advisors. This will affect your entire world, Lord Gaara. You are right to think that it is not an easy decision, regardless of what you yourself think. Mekatork then bowed again to the man. If I perhaps might have your leave. I will discuss this with my companions and return to the portal as soon as I can. There is much to do, for both of us. There is, Gaara agreed. Should you see Naruto before I, give him my regards. Such a good friend, he is, don't you think? Gaara began. He did not know quite why he stopped. But he found, under the old gnome's smile, he could not help but answer. Yes, he said, and gave a little smile. Mekatork nodded. I will have no doubt that I will see you again. Goodbye, Lord Gaara. Gaara stood. He too bowed, and gave another small smile, which had Mekatork beaming at its sight. Gaara then led Mekatork to the door and saw him off down the hall. The sight of the gnome cheerily walking away would stay with Gaara for quite a while afterwards. He returned to his desk, briefly wondering what had happened to Yura. Did he know of the situation? He would call the man later, but now he wished to think. He glanced outside, at the beautiful city, and thought of the people within it. People he would do anything to protect. Yes, he thought, he had made the right decision. He would support this alliance, and fight for the village to accept it. It would be their protection, and with it he would give them a life they had never previously had before. He would learn about it, and discuss it, and report it to his people. But this village was theirs as much as his, and though he trusted Naruto in his decision, his people would make the final choice. And that would be the right choice. His eyes lingered upon the village and the beauty it represented. Then, as he turned, he spotted something in his peripheral vision, high in the cloudy blue sky. A bird, a large, white one that Gaara had never seen before in his village, flew gracefully across the sky. It would occasionally disappear into a patch of clouds, and was making its way steadily towards him. He stared at it for a moment, and felt a strange feeling come over him. It felt like a stone had dropped into his stomach, and as he watched the bird, getting closer and closer to his tower, the stone seemed to grow larger and heavier. His eyes narrowed, and he turned, beginning to undo his white cage robes. He did it with swift, hurried motions, revealing beneath a solid red outfit. He walked towards the door, taking with him as he left the office a large gourd, the size of an adult man, which rested beside it. For the first time in his life, he knew absolutely that something was wrong. Deidara smiled slightly in excitement when a dark red dot appeared on the top of the tower below him. He had been circling it for a few minutes, deciding how he should enter. Already he had slain a few guards around its perimeter, using little bits of his clay. It was such a wonderful feeling. He shivered every time he heard the sound of his art becoming dust, whether it was a small bang or a tumultuous boom. He had no idea how anybody could not enjoy it. It was one reason he didn't understand his partner Sasori. How could anyone want art to immortalize something? It was unnatural. Nothing was immortal. Hence, how could art do something like that? Art was supposed to show the fleetingness of time and life. It should only last as long as the feeling that it represented did. And as he watched his target take his place upon the roof, he felt a surge of life throughout his limbs. This, he knew, was going to be fun. He almost attacked then and there, not wanting that feeling he held to go to waste. He guided his bird downwards. There was no point in hiding or escaping at this point. Besides, he was confident, yet another feeling he knew he had to put into this next set, that he could take on a young boy, who had yet to fully grow into his boots and breeches as cage, of all things. He brushed aside the fringe that covered his left eye, but rather than a left eye being there was a small, rectangular device with a shiny glass lens set within. Like a camera, it was an ocular enhancement device, something he had had implanted long ago to help him see his target better from the sky. So, long before a normal man could see Gaara's face, Deidara was staring at it with a hungry passion. Oh yes, he thought. This would be fun. So you noticed me, yeah? He shouted down to Gaara, laughing. Gaara stared up at him, coldly. There are no birds like that here. What do you want? Deidara smiled, reaching into his cloak and one of the large bags full of his special clay. From it he plucked 2 models he had created in transit, ready to greet this young Jinchuriki. He held them out with a flourish, his smile growing wider. I'm surprised nobody's told you. I'm here to capture you. You don't need to know more than that, yeah. Akatsuki, then, thought Gaara, with a dark frown. Of course he had heard of the rogue group. Jiraiya had come and gone ages ago, telling the sand about them and their apparent goals. To capture the Biju, some of which resided within the bodies of shinobi. These were called Jinchuriki. Like Naruto and Gaara, how about we get this show on the road? Deidara thrust his figurines into the air, and moments after they left his hand they burst into clouds of smoke. A fraction of a second later they appeared again, one the size of a small dog, a crane-like bird with a long neck and long, thin wings, the other the size of a large horse, a frightening-looking beast with 3 long heads, large bat-like wings, and a long, whipping tail. The crane shot towards Gaara like a bullet, tucking its wings to its side and stretching its neck out as far as it could go. Gaara swept a hand up. The large gourd upon his back suddenly released from its top a large stream of sand, which gathered in front of Gaara forming a perfectly rectangular shield, about a foot thick. The crane swerved, attempting to duck under, but Gaara's sand reacted in turn, and converged around it. But the other beast did not head for Gaara, instead it began to circle around the cage's tower, flapping slowly and never taking its 3 heads off Gaara. So Gaara attacked. Thrusting out a hand, Gaara sent a long tendril of sand at Deidara. The bird that the stone nin stood on floated up, avoiding the tendril, and Deidara laughed, making a seal. The 3-headed monster suddenly moved, faster than Gaara would have believed, and shot towards him. Gaara swept the shield of sand containing the captured crane across to face the three-headed beast. More sand flowed from his gourd into the shield, making it stronger and thicker, and thus enabling it to absorb the considerable impact from the second figurine. Deidara smiled. Art's the bomb. Gaara's world exploded. The crane tucked and crushed within Gaara's sand shield responded to its creator's command by suddenly detonating with the force of 4 or 5 explosive notes. It blew apart the shield at the same instant the other figurine flapped its wings in and exploded as well, though much more violently. It ripped across the silent air and completely obliterated what little was on the roof of the tower, while throwing Gaara off his feet and then off the edge of the building. If it hadn't been for his final layers of defense, the unconsciously reacting sand that had plagued him all his life, as well as the second skin that he always wore, he would have been defeated right then. But perhaps that was what Deidara had intended, because he swept down as soon as Gaara began to fall, ready to catch the unconscious boy. Unfortunately, Gaara had not yet lost consciousness. Even with the explosion ringing like a booming bell in his ears, he had enough sense to stop his fall with his sand, creating a small platform for him to stand on. He looked up, seeing Deidara frowning at him. "Damn," the Akatsuki member muttered, reaching into his cloak to retrieve more clay. He had been expecting the last attack to be the final one. Now he had lost the element of surprise, and Gaara knew what his clay could do. The young cage wouldn't make that mistake again. When the ringing faded, Gaara stood and crossed his arms. He looked up towards Deidara again, his pale eyes with those dark rings boring into Deidara's single blue. The hardened Akatsuki member could not repress a slight shudder in seeing those eyes. A shudder of excitement. "This is," Deidara grinned, "starting to get really fun, yeah." He thrust 2 more figurines into the air, which became animated as a pair of hawks, which flew towards Gaara in speedy, twisting arcs. Gaara raised his hands, making his sand platform rise swiftly up to Deidara's level. He then thrust out one, towards the former stone nin. 2 tendrils of sand burst from his gourd and curled around his body, forming 2 tubes. Gaara's eyes narrowed. "Sabaku Jurensha." The sand coils burst apart, suddenly flinging a hail of small pellets of super-compressed sand as fast and deadly as kunai. Deidara's mount dove beneath the cloud of bullets, while his 2 previous art projects flew upwards towards Gaara, beneath his platform. In another moment they had been sliced apart, and were falling away from the young cage. 2 blades of sand receded into the platform, while Gaara stared steadily at Deidara, as if he had not noticed the previous threat. The Akatsuki member snarled. He guided his bird away from the tower, out towards the city. He gathered several small bits of clay into his left palm, letting the mouth upon his palm take it in and reshape it. With his right, he held out an already formed figurine, that of a fearsome-looking creature with a lion's head and body, but a scorpion's tail, bat-like wings, and small horns above each ear. When it sprang to life, Deidara sent it to Gaara again. Gaara did not move, and so the creature did. It flew below Gaara, straight towards the window of the cage's tower. Deidara gave a triumphant yell as the figurine crashed through the window, and he made the seal for it to detonate. But it did not. Instead of a near-shattering boom, which would have completely destroyed the entire floor of the tower and hopefully cause it to collapse, there was but a muffled groaning sound. Instead of lots of light and sound and hopefully lots of death as well, there was nothing. For a moment, Deidara was left with a feeling of complete dissatisfaction. His Christmas presents had turned out to be coal. His art had been called mediocre. He hadn't gotten that kunai set he had been admiring for his birthday. He looked at Gaara, who stood, as silent and unmoving as ever. Arms crossed, his gaze forward. But a moment later, Deidara recognized that something was not right about the boy. It was not that he was keeping perfectly still, but it was that he was suddenly without his gourd. It was compounded by the fact that a second later, a figure appeared in the broken window. There stood Gaara, with his gourd, a smoking sphere of sand hovering behind him. Deidara scowled at the boy. He looked at the Gaara that faced him, suddenly realizing what he had done. a sand clone, and the use of Kawarimi no Jutsu to quickly escape before Deidara had been able to notice. And obviously, he had used that special sand that had kept him safe from Deidara's first attack to smother the explosion. Deidara glared at the hovering orb, which began to dissipate and return to Gaara's gourd. He narrowed his eyes. Gaara then stepped back onto his platform, which had flown down to greet him. The sand clone vanished into the platform, and as soon as Gaara was fully on it, it shot towards Deidara. Gaara raised his arms into the air suddenly, his eyes never leaving Deidara. The desert suddenly came alive, in a surging geyser of sand. From the edges of the village, where the desert began, to the very streets below, sand responded to Gaara's call, flowing up towards him like many monstrous snakes or flowing sky dragons. Deidara's eyes widened, and he guided his mount as far away from the cage as he could. The swirling mass of sand, like a rain cloud full to bursting, hovered above Gaara, waiting for his order. Below the raging battle, the people of the sand gazed skywards, amazed by the sudden gathering of sand above them. Those with the best eyes could see the two figures, hovering in midair, and some could even recognize one as their cage. Below the tower, there were two such people, Tamari of the sand, and her brother, Konkuro. They knew their youngest brother's form anywhere, and they too knew the sight of the black-cloaked man. They had heard the same news from Jiraiya. So Akatsuki had arrived. What is going on? A voice asked. Behind them. Baki was there, but it had not been him who had spoken. Behind him was a group of extremely small people. At the head of them, a small, white-haired man wearing green goggles stood, and it was he who had spoken. Who is? Konkuro began, but Tamari stopped him with a look. Gaara-sama is up there. Who is that with him? Asked Baki, looking at Tamari. Akatsuki, she said, returning her gaze to the fight. We were unprepared. I didn't think they'd be attacking by now. Damn, grunted Baki. Who the devil is Akatsuki? Mekatork piped. Above, Gaara attacked. The cloud of sand exploded into life, hundreds of demonic grasping claws reaching out to grab and crush Deidara atop his little bird. His mount sped backwards while he readied another group of models to employ against the young cage. In his hand now appeared one reptile with flitting, dragonfly-like wings, and one large bird resembling the one he stood on. But he did not immediately bring them to life. No, he needed to get closer, and somehow avoid that annoying shield that seemed to always gather around the boy. It would be pointless to waste more clay testing out his theory, which was that the sand in the boy's gourd was different from the sand he was now using to attack. He could vaguely sense something off about that sand, whenever it was summoned, and he figured that it had something to do with the demon that inhabited the boy, the cursed priest Shukaku. He weaved through a forest of claw-like appendages, and as he went beneath the giant sand cloud, it began to descend towards him. It opened like the maw of some great monster, attempting to swallow him whole. He thrust one of his two figurines into the air, giving it life and sending it up into the devouring sand. The bird became gigantic, even bigger than his own mount, and flew straight into the open cavern. As soon as it struck a barrier, the innermost wall, it burst in an immense explosion, ripping the cloud apart for a moment and destroying many of the claws that were attempting to grab the Akatsuki member. With a triumphant grin, Deidara sent his other figurine out in front of him. Upon wings that fluttered 100 times a minute, the reptile, about as big as a large dog, shot towards Gaara. He remained solid as a statue, with arms crossed and eyes piercing. The model buzzed straight into the barrier of sand that suddenly surrounded Gaara in the time it would take one to blink. But it did not explode, and instead continued to grasp, clawing at the wall in a vain attempt to get through. Deidara soared beneath Gaara, suddenly flinging out his right hand and beginning to make a seal. Gaara's gourd suddenly burst, and the red-haired young man thrust a hand downwards. Before Deidara could move away, a glob of sand the size of a man's body wrapped itself around Deidara's right arm. Sabaku Q. Gaara clenched his open fist in a fierce, violent manner, and the glob of sand suddenly compressed with such violent force that Deidara's arm was crushed into a rail-thin rod of bone, meat, and blood. The Akatsuki member screamed in agony, writhing and attempting to wrench his ruined arm away from the bloody prison that held it. His mount dove downwards, taking with it all but Deidara's right arm. The wound spewed a fountain of blood, staining the white surface of his perfect figurine. Gaara didn't bat an eye. He had seen so much blood in his life that it no longer mattered to him. This man was an enemy, and he would deal with enemies in the way they were supposed to be dealt with. Deidara clutched the bleeding stump in agony, his eye furiously boring into Gaara's lifeless, corpse-skin green ones, even as he reached into his cloak. But from it he now pulled a small vial of dark green liquid, cursing more violently than a sailor, which he appended into his mouth and then tossed away. The pain immediately began to fade, and the bleeding suddenly stopped. Smoke began to rise from the wound, and Deidara now felt the need to grin as Gaara's mask broke into a look of surprise, watching as Deidara's right arm began to grow back. Spears of bone emerged from the stump, whereupon muscle, blood vessels, nerves and finally flesh began to grow upon them, eventually becoming a whole arm. What is that? Gaara thought. No such medicine should exist. But even before this process had completed, Deidara was already moving. His mount had taken him far away from Gaara and his mass of sand. He needed to think up another plan, and quickly. He had only 2 potions containing the troll's blood, and he didn't want to use the other one for as long as possible. And he could not continue this foolishness of attacking and being attacked. He was not made of clay, and soon it would run out. Reaching into one of his pouches, he removed a large chunk of his remaining clay, and let his hand devour it. When it was regurgitated, it had become the model of what was clearly a winged dragon. We must aid him, said Mekatork, glancing at the others. How can we? Said Baki. There is little we can do now. We have to trust Gaara-sama. He has the ability to defeat this man. Of that I have no doubt, said Mekatork. But you forget what I think both Lord Gaara and his opponent know, that Lord Gaara is not the only target in this situation. It was Temari who realized what he was saying first. She looked up. Shit, we need to get everyone out of here now. What do you? Said Konkuro, frowning. Now, damn it, now, screamed Temari, looking desperately around her. Deidara thrust his figurine into the air. It became the biggest of his creations yet, a fully grown Azerothian dragon, with spines jutting from every corner of its body, and its mouth opened and roaring soundlessly. It beat 2 great bat-like wings, hovering beside Deidara and his mount. Deidara lifted a hand, his blue eye cold and narrow, and held it out for Gaara to see, the thumb turned down. The dragon dove, and did not rise. Gaara's eyes widened, and he fell with it, the floating dune falling with him. The dragon streaked straight towards the streets below, flapping its great wings and opening its mouth as if to sound the demise of those below. Gaara's hand shot out, and in a great rolling wave the sand went, spilling down in a ferocious flood towards the ground. Gaara was faster. The sand slammed into an invisible ground, 100 feet above the normal one, at the exact moment the dragon came. This time, the world truly did explode. In a flash of light as bright as the sun and a sound that traveled for hundreds of miles in each direction, the dragon detonated in a burst of power that should have vaporized everything below and around. But it did not. The massive sand barrier that Gaara had conjured took every bit of the blast, sparing everyone below. For Gaara, holding up the sand became 100 times more unbearable. It felt like his arms would be pulled from his sockets, and it felt that every bit of his chakra had been expelled from his body. But still he held on. Tremors wrecked his body and arms, which soon became numb. Blood pounded in his temples, and sound raged through his ears, clouding his thoughts. Weakening him. But still he held on. The explosion sent such a shockwave that the windows of the cage's tower, on every level and every side, shattered completely. It rippled through the city, causing the citizens to gaze up, from the streets, and out of the windows of their homes, in horror and awe of the mighty plume of fire that had arisen in the sky above their fair village. Though they would not know for sure who had saved them until later, they all felt they knew. Even those who did not know him felt they knew. Below the great barrier of sand, Gaara's precious people stood in awe of their friend, brother, and leader's abilities. Kankuro was less astounded by Gaara's powers, for he knew more about them than any other, and more by his sheer force of will. He had saved them all, in that instant. For Kankuro, it simply made true all that Gaara had been seeking to accomplish. With this astounding feat, he had shown the world the lengths he would go to save his village. Baki had never seen such a display of power in his life. He had seen Gaara's lesser displays quite a few times, but nothing of this magnitude. He thought that the shadow he was now cast in was not the shadow of Gaara, attack, but of Gaara himself. He had become so powerful. Temari felt shivers of fear throughout her body, not fear for her own life, but fear for her brother's. Though amazed by the sight, she was more concerned with Gaara's ability to keep up with the Akatsuki members. This would have drained him quite a bit, and right now, it was certain that Deidara would be putting into action his second plan of attack. Mekatork came to the same conclusion. I think I know precisely why, Mekatork thought, this world appeals to me so much. To create such people as this, my friend. You have inspired me yet again. Gaara was not able to relax for a moment. As the explosion faded into sound and smoke, Deidara appeared, flying straight at Gaara. From his hand flew a long-necked crane with 2 pairs of wings. It flew faster than any before it, streaking straight for Gaara. Gaara did not even try to defend, weakened from his previous technique, and knowing that his ultimate defense would rise up to defend him regardless, he spent a moment to rest. He spent every moment of it gazing on his city, hoping that he had saved all of it. He then looked to the side, meeting Deidara's eye once more, and noticing the frightening glint it now held. He turned to face the attack. The bird was now 10 feet away, and unimpeded, would have reached him in 3 more seconds. But encountered an impediment. Streaking from below, a mere 5 feet from Gaara's floating, hunched form came a beam of electric blue light, which blasted apart the incoming explosive. Deidara did not have time to scream in fury, for in another moment a second beam had sliced his own mount in 2. He stumbled back, as it began to fall, as if surprised that his manufactured model could perish in such a way. He recovered his wits a second later and leapt from his perch, reaching into his pouch to gather more clay for another mount. Now Lord Gaara, hit him now, a voice called from below, which despite the mechanical distortion, Gaara knew almost instantly. But when he looked down to see the old gnome, he could not. For instead of a gnome there was a massive, vaguely humanoid machine atop his artificial, floating desert shield. It was a deep blue in color, about 9 feet tall, and one of its arms, which resembled little more than a tube, was raised and spewing smoke towards Deidara. It resembled a suit of foreign armor for a giant, when in fact it bore one of the smallest humanoid creatures in any world. Gaara's body reacted then as swiftly as his sand barrier to the gnome's command. He thrust out his hands, preparing a technique that had been inspired by an enemy he had fought some time ago. Sabaku no Soarabi. The floating desert suddenly rose up, and the surface began to shift and almost bubble like boiling water. Deidara, clutching a new figurine in his hand and ready to summon it, suddenly found himself face to face with Mekatork's machine suit, staring directly into the goggle-covered eyes of the High Tinker. The suit's other arm, which resembled the head of a large hammer, thrust out in a blur and slammed into Deidara's stomach. The Akatsuki member threw up blood, blasted away from the giant suit, his mount uncreated. He then twisted, mid-air, to see the floating mass of sand rise up towards him in the form of 1,000 spiky, coiling protrusions, like a forest of vines and thorns. Deidara cried out in surprise and fury as he vanished into the sand forest. His cries were gone as soon as he. Before Mekatork could join him, a small mass of sand came up beneath him, stopping his fall. He rose up gradually then, to join Gaara by his side. The young Cage gasped and wheezed, but seemed more at ease now. Gaara awarded him with a smile that was larger than normal, which many would have killed to see. But it vanished, when the sand forest exploded. Deidara emerged, astride a gigantic owl, his single eye glaring murderously towards the two. His body was perfectly unharmed, save for a few rips and tears in his cloak. Deidara threw 2 models into the air, summoning them both. They both became dragonflies, streaking towards the 2 leaders, while Deidara himself flew backwards. Mekatork raised his right arm, and so did his suit. From it he fired a blue beam of light, a laser strong enough to cut steel, which cut in half one of the figurines, while the other dodged down and up to avoid the blast. It continued its flight, now nearly 15 feet away, weaving expertly away from Mekatork's laser. A moment later, perhaps, Mekatork would have gotten it, but that same moment 2 blurs appeared from below Mekatork's sand platform. A winged snake model leapt up and coiled itself around the Gnome King's attacking arm, while another coiled around his right leg. Both exploded before Mekatork could think of an appropriate response, and his suit's right arm and right leg were suddenly destroyed. Unable to hold his balance, he fell to the side and off the platform. The dragonfly flew unimpeded, striking Gaara's sand barrier and exploding. Deidara let out a ringing, cold laugh, which Gaara could hear from behind the barrier. He did not know quite why for a moment, before a flicker of movement right before his eye caught his attention. There was a moth, pure ghostly white and fluttering noiselessly next to his face. His eyes widened, and though he jerked away enough to avoid being slain, it was not enough for much else. The moth burst apart in a surprisingly large bang, and everything went black for the young cage. The sand fell like rain. Temari and Konkuro stared up, their faces mirroring the same look of striking terror. They did not even bother to cover their eyes, as the sand from Gaara's summoning fell towards them like a summer rain. The sky, though blue, now seemed dark and gray, as the rain fell. No, Temari roared, as she saw Gaara begin to fall, landing upon Deidara's owl. She lifted her fan from its strap on her back, and flipped it open. Baki grabbed her. "Don't waste your chakra," he said, softly. "It won't reach him." Temari closed her eyes, willing the sand to stop its flight. Willing Gaara to come back. She looked up again, and felt tears gather, tears that would remain unshed for a while. Yet, tears that had been gathering for a good deal of time. "My king, your highness," cried several gnomes, staring up as Mekatork's suit fell with a resounding crash to the earth bursting apart. They reached it to find him still within, alive and unharmed, and saw Deidara's owl flying off into the distance. No, he thought, this can't be. How could he have been so foolish? He had underestimated his opponent, and that had cost him Gaara's safety. And now the boy was gone, captured. He looked to his subordinates. "Do any of you have a Mechanostrider? We must pursue them." They all nodded. The group of gnomes took small capsules from pouches around their belts, crushing them in their fists and then running through a few hand seals. Summoning. "Mechanostrider. I'll come with you," hissed Temari, appearing at Mekatork's side. Her face was flushed with rage, and her eyes narrowed in the direction of the village entrance. "He's my brother, and I need no more reason than that," said Mekatork. "Let's go." Temari nodded, and turned to locate Konkuro. But the young man was gone. "Where did Konkuro go?" she asked, looking at Baki. The man frowned, and glanced about as well. "I thought he was here." What took you?" the fat Akatsuki member asked in his muffled, dispassionate voice. "Damn it, that bastard didn't say there'd be gnomes in there, yeah. I nearly got killed 'cause one of them decided to try and be a hero and attack me. I lost an arm in there, too, to this little shit." He kicked Gaara's limp body. "God, if I hadn't stored some clay in it before he ripped it off, I might not have won." "Fascinating," his partner said, sounding everything to the contrary. "Let's go. I'm already sick of this place." "Gladly," grumbled Deidara. "We'd better get out of here quick. A bunch of those bastards are probably going to follow us." "Let them," said the fat one. "I'll be able to break 400 in my collection, if they do." "Yeah, but," snapped Deidara, "that bastard wants us back as quickly as possible, to extract the Bijou. Let's just get out of here, fast." His partner and so-called master was already shuffling away, ignoring the man. Deidara followed, cursing silently under his breath. The village was nearly out of sight when a voice called out to them. "Stop! Let him go!" Deidara frowned, turning back. Sasori had stopped, but did not turn. A young man, dressed entirely in black, stood behind them. He clutched 3 scrolls in his hands, gripping each with enough force to crumple them. His eyes were black as his outfit and narrowed into glinting onyx daggers. "Let him go," he said again, now almost a whisper. Deidara scowled. "Come and get him if you want. Just leave, Deidara. I'll deal with him myself." Sasori had turned. Kankuro shivered slightly under the gaze of the emotionless, squinted and glossy eyes of the Akatsuki member. But it took a glance at Gaara's body to rekindle his fury in a heartbeat. He flipped open his 3 scrolls. And Akasuna no Sasori stood, and waited. How's he doing, Tenzo? Yamato, Kakashi-senpai. He's doing well, haven't you been watching? A little, Kakashi said, tucking the small orange book back into a pouch on his vest. They were looking out across the training field, where Naruto was. He stood at the edge of a small river that Yamato had created several minutes previous, using a simple water jutsu. The boy was soaked, and looked to be in a bad temper, but had not stopped in his efforts. He was performing a training exercise neither had seen before. The blonde was attempting to hold a sphere of water between his hands, using only Kyuubi's chakra. It had been since he had started a seemingly useless and impossible task. Nearly every time he did it, the water would bubble and boil and begin to evaporate, making it far more difficult to hold onto. That didn't stop the boy from trying, however, and it was a good way of controlling chakra. Yamato had ordered him to do something else after he had knocked himself out for the 3rd time in his tree climbing exercise. "Do you intend to teach him, after this?" Yamato asked, "the elemental recombination technique?" Kakashi nodded. "From what I've seen, he already knows it to a degree, he just doesn't know that. He's never had any formal training in it in his life. There is an even better reason for teaching it, however. You'll find that out later." Yamato nodded. His hand was still stretched out in the same fashion as before, and still the same kanji, seat, was written on his palm. It was becoming easier to control the demon's chakra, ever so slightly, every few hours of every day of their training. It was already 3 days into it. Naruto was learning quickly, as Kakashi had promised. He suspected that it would take another week or so, and Naruto would be able to learn the special training technique Kakashi had promised him. "Kakashi-san." The voice broke into both Yamato and Naruto's thoughts, and Naruto dropped a globule of heated water onto his crotch. He yelled out in surprise and pain, turning to glare murderously at whoever had disturbed him. With his shaggy black hair and the small bandage that perpetually covered his nose and cheeks, was Hagane Katetsu, one of Tsunade's personal assistants. He had a despairing look on his face. "What is it, Katetsu?" asked Kakashi, noting the young man's worried eyes. "Tsunade-sama has asked for you and Naruto-kun. You have a mission, a very important one." Now Naruto was listening as well. "A mission?" Katetsu nodded. "To the sand. They need our help. Their case cage has been captured by Akatsuki.